record October 22nd, 2024 at 9:01 a.m. All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on the record in State of Indiana versus Richard Allen, 08C01-2010 MRJAF1. I'll show the defendants here in person with counsel. The state is here by their prosecutor and deputies. The jury has reassembled. Are we ready to proceed, Mr. Latroll? We are. I thought the witness on the stand yesterday was right here, and now he just stepped out. So, okay, we'll have him here in just a second. Given the fact that I'm going to be showing him a number of evidence items, we have a smaller table that I would like to set closer to the witness. If the court would allow that? Sure. Yeah. It would probably be easier than walking back and forth for all of that. Yes. Judge, do you want the witness at the witness stand? Yes, please. Maybe just in front of the stand. Yes, ma'am. That way you're not popping up and down. Is the defense ready to proceed? Yes. Let's go. All rise. In at 9:00 a.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's nice to see you back this morning. I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are ready to continue. And Mr. Olehi, I'll just remind you that you are still under oath, sir. Yes, Your Honor. You may proceed, Mr. Latroll. Thank you, Your Honor. At the end of the yesterday, sir, we were talking about evidence that was collected and taken to either the Lafayette Post or the Putnamville Post. Do you recall that? I do. I'm going to show you a number of items. They have many different numbers on them, but I'm going to focus, as I talk to you, on the state's exhibit sticker for clarification for the record and for the jury. But I may ask you to note other numbers that are also on there. I understand. What is a case number? Case number is an identifying number which gives an individual incident or series of events an identifying number, which all reports can be referenced under that number. They may have an initial case report is assigned a number, and then supplemental reports by another officer, the same officer, or by a lab personnel may be referenced by that case number. Are you familiar with the number 7K0066? That number would be, because it's a K, I'm sorry, that's a lab. That would be a lab case number. The lab will individually assign a case number to an incident so that the lab management system can track and do a very similar thing, but as a regular case number would for a trooper. But the lab assigns a specific number for each event as well. And case number 17 ISPC 01748. Are you familiar with that number? Yes, I am. And what is that number? That is the original case number drawn for the incident involving this matter by the Indiana State Police. The 17 indicates the year it was drawn, and the ISP indicates that's a state police case number. Within their system, the C indicates it's a criminal matter, and then the individual or identifying digits remaining are the actual case number assigned to it, sequentially given. Was any other investigation, any other case, any other police, state police matter, given the number 17748? No, that would be an individual case number assigned to an individual incident. Case numbers are never reused, and they're actually assigned sequentially in the order which they are drawn by an officer through the entire statewide CAD system. One number is drawn, it could be drawn in the southern part of the state, it could be drawn in the northern part of the state, but that number is drawn individually to a specific event. We have a number of items here. I don't believe it's necessary for me to go through every single one in detailed fashion, but I'm going to hand you the first one here, State's Exhibit 137, and ask you if you could identify that for the jury. This is a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a black and white Nike brand shoe, which was size 10 and was recovered from the Deer Creek. And who was it collected? Who was it packaged by? And this is an item collected at the scene, and I provided it to Sergeant Cody to take to the Putnamville Post for drying, and it was packaged after drying by Sergeant Cody. Does the other sticker on it indicate that it was then transported from Putnamville Post to the Indiana State Police Laboratory in Indianapolis? The sticker itself doesn't indicate the transfer, but it indicates that the item has been entered into the lab management system or the lab's reporting system. The sticker itself doesn't do the tracking. There's a barcode on the sticker, which is a scanner used within the lab to track each individual item. The barcode is unique and individual to this item, and no two barcodes are alike. For efficiency, with the court's permission, I'm going to ask you to come down, and I'm going to show you the other items. Is that okay, Your Honor? You may. Yeah, as long as just keep your voice up for us. Yes, ma'am. If you would just, maybe stand right there so the jury can see you. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 138. This is a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a pair of Hollister brand blue jeans, size waist 26, length 33, recovered from Deer Creek. This was packaged also by Sergeant Cody after drying at Putnamville Post. Exhibit 139. This is also an item from Deer Creek. It's a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a color tone brand tie-dyed shirt, size extra large, recovered from Deer Creek, also taken by, given to Sergeant Cody by me, and transported to Putnamville Post for trying. Exhibit 140, again from Deer Creek, given to Sergeant Cody, a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a gray No Boundaries brand hooded sweatshirt, size medium, which was recovered from Deer Creek and taken to Putnamville Post for drying. State's Exhibit 141, also an item recovered from Deer Creek. It is a sealed paper bag containing a pair of Sonoma brand pink underwear, recovered from Deer Creek, also taken to Putnamville Post for drying and packaged by Sergeant Cody. Exhibit 142. This also is from Deer Creek, a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a black and purple sock recovered from Deer Creek and taken to Putnamville Post, packaged by Sergeant Cody. Also recovered from Deer Creek, an item taken to the Putnamville Post, dough drying by Sergeant Cody, a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a pink sock recovered from Deer Creek. Another item from Deer Creek taken to Putnamville Post for drying, packaged by Sergeant Cody, and a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a green headscarf recovered from Deer Creek. And 145. Another item from Deer Creek, taken to Putnamville Post for drying and packaged by Sergeant Cody, a sealed paper bag containing a white bag which contains a black Faded Glory brand spaghetti-strapped shirt, size large, recovered from Deer Creek. Your Honor, the State would move the admission of State's Exhibit 137 through 145. No objection. All right. Without objection, 137 to 145 inclusive are admitted. May I take a moment to? Yes, you yourself testified that you collected items and took them that night, sometime after 10:30 p.m., to the Lafayette Post from Ground Zero, the crime scene. Is that correct? That's correct. I took items from the area directly to the Lafayette Post for storage. You didn't go anywhere else between Ground Zero and no. I went from the area of where my vehicle was parked in the cemetery, took the items from the investigated area and the crime scene to my vehicle, and drove my vehicle directly to the Lafayette district. Handing you Exhibit 146. This is an item packaged by myself which was recovered at the crime scene. It's a paper bag, sealed paper bag, containing a Converse tennis shoe recovered. It's the right shoe recovered at the scene. This is another item recovered from the scene. This is also a Converse shoe recovered from the body of A.W., the left Converse shoe. It bears my markings and my initials, showing that I'm the one that packaged and placed it into evidence. By the way, you mentioned the barcode to the jury on one of the items that Sergeant Cody transported. Do each of these items I'm handing you have a barcode on them? Yes, they do, and that is a tracking system within the Indiana State Police system. Laboratory system? It is. It is a tracking system to identify each individual item. Once the item is entered into the lab system, it is given a unique item number for the lab to track and a unique and individual barcode. State's Exhibit 148. This is a sealed paper bag that I packaged. This includes a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson cartridge removed from the scene and located near the bodies, in between the two bodies at the crime scene. You mentioned that you obtained several swabs from either the physical area in Ground Zero or on the bodies themselves. Is that correct? Correct. I'm going to hand you Exhibit 149. This is a collection of a strand of material taken from between the fingers of the right hand of A.W. collected at the crime scene, and it bears my signature or my initials on the seals. Exhibit 150. This is also a collected strand of material from the left arm of AW. It's sealed in an envelope and bears my signature or my initials on the seals for the item. Exhibit 151. This is a swab on the inside of LG's left wrist. This was collected at the scene by me. It bears my initials on the seals and was taken from the scene directly to storage at the Indiana State Police Post in Lafayette. This is again an item taken from the scene. It is a swab, a cotton swab of the inside of LG's right wrist, taken at the scene and taken to the district for storage and temporary storage immediately after. 153, sir. This is an item which I packaged, and it bears my initials on the seals. It's a swab taken from above the belly button of LG at the scene and taken to the storage and safekeeping in the temporary storage at the Lafayette Post. This is an item collected at the scene by myself and packaged, bearing my initials on the seals. It is a swab of the thigh above the knee of LG, taken and transported from the scene directly to the Lafayette Post. States Exhibit 155. This is an item collected at the scene on the 14th by myself and packaged by me, bearing my initials on the seals. It is a strand of fibrous material taken from the pinky finger of the left hand of LG. It was taken from the scene directly to the Lafayette Post for storage. States Exhibit 156, sir. This is a swab standard of a bloodstain on a tree which was located near the bodies. The swab was taken approximately 4 foot above ground level from the tree, and this was a swab taken by me and packaged by me. It bears my signature. I collected this at the scene on the 14th and took it also, as with the other items, directly to the Lafayette Post for storage and security and withholding within the State Police Laboratory System. This is item 157, taken from the scene on the 14th, collected by me and packaged by me, bearing my signature and identifying number on the seals. This bag contains a black Nike tennis shoe collected at the scene under the body of AW. That item was also collected on the 14th and transported the same day directly to the Lafayette Post. All these items that we've covered, you personally handled that I'm going to showing you today? That's correct. This is item 158, the number assigned to this item. This is a swab from an area of blood found in between 2 markers placed on the ground, between markers 3 and 4, which we placed on the ground to indicate different areas of blood or proposed or potential blood. This is a swab taken from the ground and collected by me, sealed and packaged by me, bearing my signature and identifying number, and transporting to the Lafayette Post immediately on that day. 159. This is a swab from the ground near the feet of LG, collected by me and packaged by me, and bearing my identifying number and initials on the package. It is a swab of the ground of a red-colored material presumed to be blood collected at the scene, taken on that day, on the 14th, and transported on the 14th to the Lafayette Post. Exhibit 160. This is a swab from the ground directly below the head of LG, a swab of the area collected by me and packaged by me, bearing my initials on the seals and my identifying number, collected on the 14th, taken to the Lafayette Post on that same date, following my examination at the scene, and stored in evidence at the Indiana State Police Post. Exhibit 161. This is a swab from the ground near the tree which had the blood on it, the previously collected. This swab was from the ground near that tree, and it was collected by me, presumed blood. The swab was collected on that date on the 14th, and bears my initials on the seals and was transported to the Lafayette Post on that date. This is also a swab of presumed blood from the ground between the tree and the body of AW, collected on the 14th by me. The item bears my identifying number and my initials. It was from the ground between the tree and the body and was collected on the 14th and taken directly to the Lafayette Post for storage following collection at the end of the processing. This is a swab of a red stain below the head of AW, from the ground directly below her head, collected by me, packaged by me, bearing my initials and my identifying number, collected as evidence in this matter and sealed and packaged by me, and taken to the Lafayette Post for storage prior to entry into the lab management system. This is also a swab sample from a tree with red stains on it from the top of the north side of the tree. The swab was collected by me and packaged by me, bearing my initials and my identifying number. The item was collected on the 14th and transported to the Lafayette Post for storage and entry into the lab evidence management system. This is a swab sample from a red stain on a tree, on the lower stain of the north side of the tree. The swab was collected by me and packaged by me, bearing my initials and my identifying number on the seals. It was collected on the 14th and transported to the Lafayette Post for storage, security, entry into the lab evidence management system. This is a swab collected by me from the finger of the left index finger of LG. This is a swab that I collected and sealed. It bears my initials and my identifying number. I transported it from the scene directly to the Lafayette Post on the 14th at the conclusion of my investigation at the scene on that date and stored at the Lafayette Post until entry into the lab evidence management system. States Exhibit 167. Again, a swab collected on the 14th by myself. This item bears my initials and my identifying number on the seals. It is a swab from the left pinky finger of LG. The item is packaged and transported to the Lafayette Post on the 14th for storage and security and put into the lab's temporary storage. Exhibit 168. This is a cellular telephone and iPhone collected from the scene. The item was collected at the scene and taken by me from the Lafayette, from the scene directly to the Lafayette Post and placed into temporary storage. The item was taken directly to that storage on that date, on the 14th. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 169. This is an item collected by Sergeant Gilbert, First Sergeant Gilbert, my supervisor. This contains swabs, swab standards, collected from the cellular telephone which I just handled prior to any processing or recovery of evidence by any technician to determine information or data on the phone. The phone was swabbed by First Sergeant Gilbert prior to that handling, and these are swabs of that phone in case. On the morning of February 15th, where were you? I was en route and then also in Terre Haute to attend the autopsies of AW and LG. And was this phone in temporary storage with the other items? That phone was secured in temporary storage during my travels to Terre Haute. And was this then, on the 15th, swabbed by First Sergeant Gilbert? First Sergeant Gilbert, is that correct? That's correct. There was interesting in getting the phone examined on the 15th while you were at the autopsy? That's correct. So the other items were put in completely packaged on another date? All of the items went into temporary storage on the 14th. The items were placed in temporary secure storage at the Lafayette Post. As I mentioned yesterday, there's a limited number of people who have access to the temporary storage location, and only a limited number of people have access or keys to those storage areas. First Sergeant Gilbert, my supervisor, had that access, as well as the evidence clerk at the Lafayette Post would have access to it. First Sergeant Gilbert, to my knowledge, recovered the phone from the temporary storage and swabbed it prior to any handling by any technician to determine what data was or was not on the phone. What did you do on the 16th, the day after the autopsy, back at the Lafayette Post? My primary duty on that date was completing any sealing, packaging, or labeling of the items, and then completing what's called a property record and receipt, which clearly identifies each individual item, assigns it an individual item number that I assign, and then providing them to the evidence clerk for entry into the lab evidence management system, whereby she would then assign them an individual and unique number in the lab evidence management system, print out an individual barcode for each item, and place it on each item individually specific to that item. From ground zero, each item, when collected, were placed in individual packaging. They were. No items were packaged together or stored together or placed into any receptacle or container together. Each item was individually packaged and taken in that form to temporary storage that night. That's correct. You went to the autopsy on the 15th. That's correct. And then, on the 16th, you began packaging these items, further sealing them, and denoting the stickers and so forth you've described on the 16th. That's correct. But they're already in individual packages. That's correct. And did you do that packaging or that systemized putting of the stickers on one at a time? Yes. Or did you get them all out on a table like I have them today at once? No, the stickers are applied one at a time, individually to each item. I would move the admission, Your Honor, of States Exhibit 146 to 169, or yes, 169. 169, you say, Jim? No objection. All right. Without objection, 146 to 169 inclusive are admitted. At the autopsy, you stated that you collected certain items, as well as your colleague Brandon Mullen collected certain items at the autopsy. Is that correct? That's correct. I'm going to show you States Exhibit 170. This is a swab collected by me at the autopsy of LG. It is a swab from the left thigh, collected at autopsy by me and sealed and initialed on the seals with my identifying initials and number, and collected by me and then taken from the autopsy in Terre Haute to the Lafayette Post for storage. Exhibit 171. This is an item packaged as evidence by me. It's a swab from the right thigh, collected at autopsy of LG. It is sealed by me with and initialed with my initials and my identifying number, taken from the autopsy on the 15th in Terre Haute, and transported for storage to the Lafayette Post in secure storage at the Lafayette District. 172. This is an item from this matter collected by me. It is a swab from the right breast area of LG, collected at the autopsy. It was collected by me and packaged by me and bears on the seals my identifying number and initials, collected at autopsy on the 15th in Terre Haute, and transported to the Lafayette District for storage, security, and entry into the lab management system. 173. This is a swab collected by me at autopsy on the 15th in Terre Haute from the left breast of LG, collected at autopsy and sealed and packaged individually, be me with my initials and my identifying number, taken from the autopsy in Terre Haute on the 15th to the Lafayette Post on that same date for storage and entry into the lab evidence management system. We have two boxes here, 174 and 175. Would you tell the jury what 174 is? This is a state of Indiana sexual assault evidence collection kit. These are pre-prepared collection kits, sealed prior to use and only opened upon their use, generally either at an examination of an individual or at an autopsy of an individual. They contain various items and swabs to include a comb and some envelopes. This is a standard case. This is a standard box of a sexual assault kit used throughout the state of Indiana in hospitals and morgues for the collection of evidence from victims. It's a victim assault. It's a victim of sexual assault kit. This one individually was collected it was provided to the forensic pathologist, Dr. Roland Kaur. It was provided to Dr. Kaur, and he completed the collection of the actual items sealed within this. Each item is individually packaged inside, and then all of the items are collected, the other ones individually packaged. This is a very standard collection kit collected. This one was collected at Terre Haute Regional Hospital on the 15th. This is the sexual assault kit collected from AW. It was provided back to me from Dr. Kaur and his staff. I sealed it again, and it bears my initials. Actually, it bears Brandon's initials. This was taken by Brandon for drying prior to entry into the lab management system. And 175. Can we go back to that item? 174. Yeah. So it was sealed by me. It has both seals, sealed by Brandon Mullen. These red evidence seals are actually inside and contained within the initial kit. He actually closed the box and provided me with his seals on it when he handed it to me. Are you seeing your initials? In the autopsy, there are Brandon's initials. And then I resealed it again additionally after I took it from him and sealed it with my initials. And this is for AW, is that right? I took it to the Lafayette Post. That's for AW, yes. And it bears the sticker, bears the reference Lafayette Post? Yes. So Sergeant Mullen did take several items to Putnamville for drying, but not States Exhibit 174, not the sexual, not 174, no, I took it. And Exhibit 175, again, a standard evidence kit, sexual assault evidence collection kit. Same as this, it's identical in every manner. And for which person does that apply to? This was collected from the deceased from LG, collected by Dr. Kaur and his staff. It was closed and the attached seals were affixed by Sergeant Mullen, and then I continued my sealing process with my initials and my identifying number. It was collected on the 15th of February, 2017, at Terre Haute Regional Hospital and transported by me to the Lafayette District for storage and security in the lab management system. Exhibit 176. This is a trace fiber collected by me at the autopsy of AW from the upper left arm at autopsy. The item inside actually contains a paper bindle, or a piece of paper folded up around the actual fiber material to keep it in, so you can easily find it when you open the package and keep it protected within the package so it doesn't get lost inside the package. It was collected by me, sealed and initialed with my identifying number and my initials. It was collected at the autopsy and transported to the Lafayette district directly from the autopsy by me for entry into storage at the Lafayette Post and entry into the lab evidence management system. The items that you indicated Sergeant Mullen collected at the autopsy, I do believe you testified yesterday that was for the drying purposes. That's correct. And the Putnamville district was a better drying room? Their facility was much improved for drying of the items. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 177. This is an item collected at the autopsy. It is a sealed paper bag containing a black hooded sweatshirt. It's a Gildan brand, size 2XL, with Delphi Swimming printed on the front and the word German printed on the back. It bears red stains, and the item also contains a paper bag. The sweatshirt was transported in from autopsy. It's sealed by Sergeant Mullen, and it's been entered into the lab evidence management system using the same lab number as the other items, individually numbered for that item, its own individual barcode. This is an item collected at autopsy in Terre Haute, collected by Sergeant Mullen. A sealed paper bag containing a pair of blue jeans, Maurice's brand, size extra large, with red stains and dirt on them. The item also contains a paper bag. The jeans were transported in from autopsy. It was sealed and initialed by Sergeant Mullen and bears the lab evidence number as well as the barcode assigned to this individual item for this item collected at the autopsy in Terre Haute on the 15th. So 177 was the sweatshirt and 178 the jeans that the jury saw in the photograph that were worn by AW. That's correct. 180. This is an item collected at the autopsy in Terre Haute in my presence by Sergeant Mullen. It's a sealed paper bag containing a gray cotton bra, Fruit of the Loom brand, size 34 with red stains on it. It also contains a paper bag the bra was transported from in the autopsy. It's sealed and signed by Sergeant Mullen as an item collected in this matter, with its own individual barcode assigned by the lab management system. I think I got out of sequence. 179. This is State's Exhibit 179 is an item collected at the autopsy in my presence by Sergeant Mullen, taken to the Putnamville Post for drying. It is a sealed paper bag containing a pink sleeveless shirt, unknown brand and size, with red stains. The item also contains a paper bag the shirt was transported in from the autopsy. It bears the signature and seals initialed by Sergeant Mullen and also bears an individual barcode and an individual lab number assigned by the Lab Evidence Management System. And finally, 181. This is an item collected at autopsy in Terre Haute on the 15th of February, collected in my presence by Sergeant Mullen. The item is a sealed paper bag containing a black bra, unknown brand, size 34A, with red stains. The item also contains a paper bag. The bra was transported in from the autopsy on that date. It is initialed and sealed by Sergeant Mullen bearing his initials, and also bears a unique and identifying barcode and number from the Lab Evidence Management System. These were the other garments, the pink top, the gray bra, and the black bra. That's correct. From the body of AW. That's correct. Was 169 admitted, Your Honor? Was that part of the group? Yes. So I would move the admission of 170, Your Honor, to 181. No objection. All right. Without objection, 170 to 181 inclusive are admitted. Your Honor, at his time I would ask leave, given the fact that there have been a lot of description by the witness of various markings and stickers, I would ask leave to pass to the jury in their sealed condition 146, 147, and 148 as a sample, without passing all of them to the jury so that they can see for themselves. Okay, so 46, 147, and 148. Correct, Your Honor, okay? You may. Officer, you can go ahead and have a seat. Yes, Mary, you were standing there. The jury's done. Mr. Luttrell, thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to show you a photograph you identified yesterday that was conditionally admitted into evidence subject to Dr. Kaur's testimony. By the way, when we say Kaur, that's K-O-H-R. Is that correct? Just to keep it clear. Exhibit 123, without showing it to the jury, would you examine that? What is that a photograph of? That is a photograph taken of autopsy of A.W. Some of the clothing items found on her have already been removed. This is a layered photo showing an item of evidence we just handled. She's wearing what I would call a pink sleeveless shirt underneath. It was underneath a black sweatshirt. And did you notice at the time and in the photograph, did you notice any lines of discoloration on that top? Yeah, there are red staining areas of presumed blood, as well as some area of lines. I'm talking about the lower part of the shirt. Some lines on it indicating moisture and wetness to the item. And did you notice that the sweatshirt itself was damp? I believe you testified. It was at ground zero. It was found damp in the condition they were found at the scene, and it was still damp the following day at autopsy. And then the pink top that was underneath it, you were able to see it better at the autopsy, correct? That's correct. Does that photograph show the moisture still on the white on the top? I believe the photograph clearly depicts the moisture area on the lower portion of the top. In fact, why did you have Sergeant Mullen take those items from the autopsies to Putnamville, instead of you taking them to Lafayette? Because of the drying room capabilities of the Putnamville Post and the drying room capabilities or lack thereof of the Lafayette District. Those items were still wet. They'll still have been wet from what was presumed to be moisture from water and/or moisture from biologics, to include presumably blood. In order to dry them correctly and properly and preserve any potential evidence, keep them from decaying or degrading. Are you familiar with a cartridge? I think you may have answered. Another witness may have answered. What do we call the end of the cartridge that's not the bullet end? The case? The primer end of the cartridge would be called the head stamp area. It also contains the primer in a semi-automatic cartridge. And did the cartridge that you collected, was it a Winchester Smith & Wesson .40 caliber? Yes, it was. That's the brand and then the caliber. MR, thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Razi, thank you. One of the most common rounds of ammunition you'll find anywhere, isn't it? Smith & Wesson? I would say no. Okay. All right, you went through a lot of exhibits today. I think I counted it at about 48 of them. And let me hand you what's been marked. May I approach, Judge? You may. I'll hand you what's been marked 151, states 151, just so we can kind of make sure we're coordinated there in terms of exhibits. Is that the exhibit that is reflected as a swab of the inside of LG's left wrist? Is that right? That's correct. It's a swab. And one of the reasons why you would take a swab like that is because there may be an opportunity to take that sample from that swab and use it for DNA purposes. Right? It could be used for that, yes. That's one of the primary reasons, really, why you retain these kind of things, right? Collect and retain them? Collect and retain. Yes. Okay? And was there any information that was generated from that swab that connects Mr. Allen with this crime scene? I'm not aware of any. Okay. Do you think you probably would be considering the scope of this investigation, if that were the case? I'm sorry. Considering the scope? Yeah. Considering the attention that this investigation has gotten, do you think that you'd probably be aware of that as you sit here today, if that were true? I would assume I would. Okay. 152, a swab of the inside right wrist of LG. Any information generated from that swab that connects Mr. Allen with this crime scene? Not that I'm aware of. 153, a swab above the belly of LG. Any information from that swab that connects this man to that crime scene? Not to my knowledge. 154, a swab of an area above her knee. Any information from that swab that connects him with the crime scene? I'm not aware of it. Connected anyone. 155, strike that. That was a strand of fibrous material. 156, a swab of bloodstain from one of the trees out there. Any information from that swab that connects Mr. Allen with this crime scene? Not that I'm aware of. 158, another swab between two markers on the ground. Any information from that swab that connects Mr. Allen to this crime scene? Not that I'm aware of. 159, A swab from looks like the ground near LG's foot? Any information from that swab that connects Mr. Allen to this crime? To which I would object, Your Honor. I've not objected till now, but this is not the witness, as he's already stated previously, that did any analysis or was directly involved in that. That witness will testify, and so it's inappropriate for this officer or this witness to testify and answer that question. Object. Judge, he said, I'm asking him if he is aware of any information that came from any of this. He testified that this is a case that's gotten a lot of attention, and he would likely know that at this point. I think he's entitled to ask it. So now my objection's relevance. It isn't relevant whether he's aware of it or not. It's that question can be posed to the analyst that actually did the examination. Well, I would overrule the objection, the first objection, but I would sustain it on relevance as to this witness. Judge, may I? I believe that his knowledge that Mr. Allen may be connected to this crime scene has a tendency to prove or disprove that he is involved in this crime, so it is relevant for that reason. I've sustained the objection. Thank you. All right. In the course of your investigation with regard to collecting all of these items, whatever they are, swabs, clothes, whatever it was, did you ever speak with anyone that was involved in the analysis of those items in terms of what those results were? I don't have any specific recollection of a direct conversation with any of the analysts about the results of the items. Directly having any conversation about it, no. Okay? And that includes the analysis of that bullet that's sitting there, item 148. I've never had any conversations with any analyst about the cartridge. Okay? Do you have any information that you've gathered in the course of the investigation about the results of the analysis of any of this, whether you've gotten it from another investigating officer or objection? Some other law enforcement authority? I fail to see the relevance in that question. I'm asking him what the results are of the information he gathered at the scene. I think it's highly relevant. Perhaps for another witness, sustained. You heard of the concept of crime scene integrity, Mr. Ole? Yes, sir. Okay, and we talked earlier about this, but would you agree with me that that generally involves the idea that you would maintain some confidentiality, at least in part, with the crime scene? I think the integrity of the crime scene and the integrity of the investigation are separate and distinct, but also of both of the same importance. Okay, so let's talk about those two prongs. One of them is that you want to maintain the integrity of that scene. You don't want that information flowing out into the public. Is that trying to maintain some privacy with that? I would say yes. And that could be pretty crucial to your investigation, because once that information gets out to the public, then it can be manipulated in many ways, right? That's possible, okay? And then the other aspect of this is just kind of the hard science of making sure that there's nothing that's tampered with at crime scenes, or there's nothing that is disturbed before you get a chance to analyze it. Is that correct? I would say yes. Those are kind of the two primary parts of maintaining integrity. Right? I would say they are part of the integrity. Are you aware of any information? Objection, Your Honor. The witness was answering his question and was interrupted by the attorney. He said yes. He was still talking when? He was still talking. Finish talking, I'll complete it there. You were done talking, right? I was not, but that's fine. Okay. Well, then finish what you were going to say. I don't remember what I was going to say. All right. Are you aware of any information in this case that suggested that there was a breach of the integrity of that crime scene? Objection. It's irrelevant. Overruled. I'm not aware of any. Did anybody suggest to you at any point, hey, there were some photos that were taken of that scene by individuals from the public? I'm not aware of that, okay? And what about any of the search party members that may have taken photos of the crime scene? I have no knowledge. Is that something you think you would have knowledge of in a normal investigation? I don't know. All right, now in terms of that, the crime scene in general, would you agree with me that when you got to that scene and first observed the scene, that there were some unique characteristics associated with that scene? To which I would object to the form of the question, Your Honor. The "would you agree with me" suggests he's offering in his own opinion to the jury, so I'd object to the form. I'll rephrase the question. Sustained. Were there some unique circumstances associated with that scene when you got there? I would say every scene presents its own unique circumstances. Okay, what about that one? As with all scenes, this one presented unique circumstances. One girl was naked, right? This scene, yes. And another one was dressed, right? That's correct. And those girls were laying on the ground and there were sticks laying on their bodies. Were there not? There were. And did it seem apparent to you that those sticks were not there coincidentally? That they were something that was intentionally placed there? They appeared to be placed there by an individual. And did you place any significance in that aspect of the scene? That it appeared to be an attempt at concealment? That was what I assumed. Okay? That was your assumption? That was a presumption. At any point in time, did you ever make the assumption that maybe there was some attempt to communicate some meaning by those sticks? No. Even as you sit here today, that thought's never crossed your mind? I don't see any significance in the position of the sticks. They appear to me to be positioned to conceal in some way the fruits of the crime. Well, there's very little parts of those bodies were concealed, right? We can see that in the photos, right? Yeah. I mean, they were not completely covered. And did you find one of those sticks to have an artificial or I guess a man-made cut on it? There may have been items. I didn't find anything that had a man-made cut to it, as I would define a cut. Did you end up collecting those sticks on that day, March 14th? I did not. Okay. You waited to collect those sticks until a few days later, is that right? They were collected later. And was that outside of the normal course of investigation that you would collect sticks days later? It was. You was. Somebody suggested to you to go back and collect those sticks, right? They did. And in fact, there was a couple of occasions when you went back and collected some sticks, is that right? I did not know. Do you remember a conservation officer suggesting that happen? No. You acknowledge that? Well, strike that. Are you aware of the original source of any of the clothing that was found on AW at that scene? In other words, whose clothing that was determined to be at any point? I don't know what a determination officially was. The items appeared to be, one of the items had the name German on it, identifying it. I make the assumption that it belonged to LG or a member of LG's family, due to the name being on the back of it. And then the sizing of the clothing was more consistent with the size of LG than it was AW. Some of the clothing appeared too large for AW too. The jeans and the sweatshirt appeared, so a lot of these to be other items. I'm sorry, go ahead. You may finish, I didn't mean to interrupt you. They just appeared to be other items not normally worn by AW, okay? So the logical assumptions to be drawn there is that LG was disrobed at some point, and then those clothes ended up on AW. Is that right? That would be a logical assumption. Were you able to make any assumptions about the chronology of that happening? That would lead to a large amount of speculation of items that I don't have at hand. And were you able to make any assumptions about the location where that occurred? I was not, whether it was on the south side of the creek, on the north side of the creek, or somewhere else. I'm not able to determine where and when those events occurred based on the evidence at the crime scene. Were you able to determine where any of those sticks came from? At that scene, there were one of the largest pieces. There was an indentation that it appeared that the stick had been moved from nearby the body, but that's just an assumption, and I'm in no position as an expert to the movement of items. Did you ever do any testing with regard to those sticks to determine what type of tree they came from or what their source was? No, there were shoe impressions found in various areas around Ground Zero and even on the other side of the creek, is that right? I believe there were some found, yes. Okay, and some of those were along the banks of Deer Creek? I believe so. Yes, and is it fair to say that there were signs that there had been foot traffic in that area prior to your arrival on that day? Yes, I was aware of a very large search the day of, prior to my arrival, by multiple searchers, and a search by family and friends the previous night in the general area. Thank you. One of the things that can compromise the integrity of a crime scene, right? People have been walking around it. That's correct. And was there ever any determination by you to discern where any of those impressions came from? Not by me. We heard some testimony earlier that, hey, may think it was Mr. Datzman testified that, there was one shoe impression that was found that maybe had some similarities to one of the shoes that was recovered. Are you familiar with that at all? I'm not. Okay. And so in terms of any of those impressions, did you ever find any impressions from somebody who was wearing a smaller size shoe, maybe? Something the size of the girls? Not that I'm aware. Okay? Was there any effort really to do anything with those shoe impressions, to try and learn more from those impressions? I'm not aware of a specific effort to try to identify specifically to the shoes. The shoes had distinct and different characteristics to their soles. I was not privy to the specifics of any of the impressions taken. I know photographs were taken of shoe impressions, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Okay, so you can't really draw any conclusions about those shoe impressions other than the fact that they exist, right? I know that there were impressions found near the area. Okay, fingerprints? Any attempt to lift any prints out there on the scene? No. There were no what I could call good substrates or locations to lift prints, to include the bodies or doing any extra disturbance to the bodies at the scene, and the porous nature and the dirty nature of the sticks themselves. Clothing items are also not good for collecting fingerprints. Those are not good substrates to produce prints, okay? Anything up on the High Bridge, a tree, a limb, anything like that was in the area on the south side of the High Bridge that would have been valuable? Not that I'm aware of. I know there's a barrier up there we've seen in one of the photos on the south side of the High Bridge that cuts across the bridge. Have you seen that barrier? I recall a barrier type, like a guardrail type of a barrier. Any attempt to collect anything up there? Not in that area that I'm aware of, okay? Not by me. Sure, the F tree. You know what I'm talking about? I have some recollection of a tree with blood on it. Okay? And you're familiar that there's a fairly sizable marking of blood on that tree, right? There is an area of red staining on the tree, which I presume to be blood. You? I presume to be blood. Sure. Okay, and the tree's garnered some attention, right? I think the entire matter has garnered much attention. All right, well, we can agree on that. So do you agree with me that one of the unique aspects of the marking on that tree was that there was a line, a vertical line, and it appears to be pretty straight? I never took any sort of a compass or a ruler, or tried to make the direction of it, or find the due north, or the radius of it, or the direction like from a compass angle or the straightness. It appears to be to go up and down the tree trunk. Did you ever just look at it with your own two eyes and say, that's a pretty straight line? When I looked at it, it appears to be a large R of contact transfer of blood. Okay, well, early in this investigation, when you were out there on the 14th, 15th, and the days and weeks after that, did you ever take the time to have somebody look at that, examine that marking more closely? On the tree itself later on? No, not that. I did not personally know. Did you make any attempt to try and preserve that part of the tree? Maybe take a chainsaw and cut that part out and preserve it. Anything like that? It was documented and preserved with photographic photography. So you didn't preserve the item itself like you did the sticks laying on the ground? Okay. Are you aware that there was a blood spatter expert hired in this case just this year to take a look at that tree? I'm aware that an expert was contacted, but that's the extent of my information. Were blood spatter experts available to you in the course of your line of employment back in 2017? I believe so, yes. Okay. Did you employ one or recommend to anyone that one be employed in this case? To meet the definition of the Indiana State Police's lab manual for an expert on that matter, no. To have someone trained at the scene to examine it, I would say yes, Sergeant Page has been trained, but he's not a qualified expert as to the lab manual's definition of an expert. Okay, so after you cleared the scene, did you employ a blood spatter expert to assist you in this case? Asked and answered. Sustained. Is it possible that a blood spatter expert could have assisted in helping determining the chronology of events that occurred out there in terms of when the girls were disrobed and clothed again? I'm not aware of a technique in blood spatter that would have given that information. Would it be helpful to know, if somebody has blood on them and they're clothed, how that blood might move on their body because they're clothed? Yes. Okay, would that be something a blood spatter expert might be able to help with? They may. We talked a little bit earlier yesterday a little bit about scavengers. You acknowledge there was not much disturbance, if any, with regard to the two girls' bodies out there in terms of outside factors having influenced them before you guys got there? I'm not aware of any outside factors influencing the bodies. Are those things that you're concerned about from time to time when you have outdoor crime scenes, that other animals and insects and things can impact those scenes? I don't know that I'm worried about it. I mean, it's part of the crime scene and I would deal with it as it came. Fair enough. It's a poorly worded question. Are those things you take into consideration? I would take them into consideration. And they could be helpful in determining timing in a way that chronology, the way things happen at the scene, right? They can be useful in giving a varied range of time. In terms of time, do you acknowledge that you were not able to determine the time that these girls were deceased based on the work that you did in this case? I can't give you a precise time of death, and I think time of death is a very imprecise science. And so what you're telling me, or would you agree with me, I should say, that it happened sometime between they were last seen on the 13th and when they were found on the 14th, right? Objection to the form of the question. Would you agree with me? To the form of the question. I'll rephrase it. Rephrase it. Do you agree with me that it happened sometime between those times? Objection to the word agree being used in the question. The attorney's opinion is not relevant to this jury. It's improper to share that with them. Okay, sustained on that? Rephrase it. Did it happen sometime between those time periods? Which time periods? The time they were last seen on February 13th and the time they were found on February 14th. I would say yes. If they were seen on the 13th alive and found dead on the 14th, then their death occurred sometime in between the last time they were seen alive and the time they were found deceased. Okay? Thank you for that. You talked about water levels a little bit. Did you go out into the creek or ask anybody else to go out in the creek to determine what the water's levels were on that day? Yes, I spoke with members of the dive team, asked them to determine. To my knowledge, I don't know that they took an actual ruler out there. But there, the bottom of the creek is not a flat plane. It is undulating, I would say. And it varied as I asked the officers to move about from areas of an inch or two of water up to about 2.5, maybe 3 feet in some areas, from where there were some undulations that went much deeper, up to about that 3-foot point. Thank you. Are you finished? Yeah, the area closer to the north shoreline appeared to be deeper. Is that fair? There were areas which were deeper, but I would say again that the undulations of the entire area move and change on a daily basis with the movement of rock, silt, and sediment in the water. So if we went back out there today, it may be a completely different scene. Even days later, it may be completely different in that creek. It's a living, breathing creek. We're talking about on February 14th, 2017. I mean, did the area closer to the North Shore appear to be deeper than it did on the other side? In some areas, yes. Were you able to discover any location on that North Shore where you could conclude that one or more individuals traveled up that shore? Conclusively, no. You're a hunter, you said? Yes, sir. And so you spend some time out in the woods from time to time? More open field. Okay, bird hunter? Yes, sir. All right, is there anything unusual about finding a spent or unspent round in a woodlot in Indiana? From a hunting cartridge capability in that area, I would find it more odd to find a .40 caliber round. I would find it much more likely to find a shotgun round of a 12 gauge, a 20 gauge, a .410 gauge, or some round of ammunition approved for hunting of wild game as a handgun round. Is there anything unusual about finding a spent or unspent round in a woodlot in Indiana? I wouldn't find it odd to find a round anywhere in the state of Indiana. Okay, thank you. Now in this particular, well, let me ask you this. Is it unusual for people to take handguns out into the woods and fire them? What other people do. It would be unusual for me to do that on someone else's property. You ever lived out in the country? Yes, sir. Okay, people out in the country have guns? Some do. Okay, and do those people shoot those guns from time to time? They do occasionally. And are wooded areas a place where people might shoot those guns? They may. Would you be surprised if somebody was out in this wooded area along this creek at some point in time prior to those girls' deaths firing a gun? I would not be surprised. You have a Sig Sauer? I do not. Okay, was that what was issued to you back in 2017? That's correct. There's been many references here to different models, P27. Do you remember that? I was issued a P27, yes, sir. And then a 239 or a 226, did you say? No, I've never had a, 287, which is a .45 caliber. Okay? And then you said a P365, which is a 9mm? That's correct. And there are other Sig Sauer P. And then insert the numbers for other types of Sig Sauer handguns. Right? I'm not sure about the P designation, and I'm not that familiar with the other designations for other models. There are P365s with different words after them that are also 9mm. But I'm not aware of any other. I don't know Sig Sauer's nomenclature well enough to give an opinion. Okay, well, let's stick to the 227 and the 365. Those were the two models that you mentioned, right? That's correct. And are those guns very similar in terms of their platform, if you will? As how they're designed? No, not at all. Okay, they're totally different? Yes, very different. Okay, do you know anything about what the inside of those guns looks like? What the tools are inside of those guns? Beyond basic operation and basic systems of the firearm, to include my ability to clean my firearms and utilize my firearms, no. But how those tools are manufactured that are placed in those guns. You don't know anything about that? No. So you would defer to somebody who was an expert in that. I would defer to an expert on firearms. I was looking at this top photo on her. You may. The photo, which is State 78. Have you seen this yes, sir, photo before? I'm going to try to, we're not publishing here, because I just put it right here so the jurors can look at it. Is that okay? Yes, sir. This is a photo of the north side of the creek. Is that correct? It's taken from the north side. Okay, and if there's, in the left side here, just close to the creek line or the shoreline, there are a couple of places where there's some debris. You see that? One up on the kind of the top center, and then the other one down here on the bottom center, if you will. Yes, I see it. Okay, and are those two of the locations where some of these items that we've talked about today were collected? They are. Okay, this creek is flowing downstream, so from the top left to the bottom right of the photo, right? That's correct. I would call it an east to west direction. Okay? Generally speaking. So one could conclude that those items that were stuck on those parts of debris could have come from upstream. It's possible. And you don't know where those items were discarded originally before they met their final resting location on those pieces of debris, right? I don't know where or how they were discarded. Now, in terms of the scope of your search, I'm not going to pull the TV over, just in the interest of time. Do you acknowledge where 300 North is? County Road 300 North? Yes. You know where that is relative to the crime scene? It's to the north. Yeah. The road north of the cemetery? That runs along the north edge of the cemetery, yes. Okay, that's kind of an east-west road, is that fair? I would say yes. That's generally speaking. At any point in time in this case, were you ever asked to inspect any areas north of 300, County Road 300 North? Not to my knowledge, no. Okay, do you know where the Mears connector is? I'm sorry, the mirror? Do you know where the Mears connector is? I'm not familiar with that term, okay? I'm going to help you out. Do you understand that there was a trailhead at the time, back in 2017, up on 300 North, that essentially cut into the Monon High Bridge trail somewhere in the middle? I'm not aware of the full extent of the trail system, okay? Were you ever asked or did strike that? Did you ever conduct any kind of a search for clothing, discarded items of clothing or anything like that? Anywhere near the Hoosier Heartland north of 300? I did not. Okay? You know where the CPS building was located at the time? No. Okay? Not specifically. All right, what about the area, Marster, 1 second, Your Honor. Let me hand you what's been marked as, "May I approach?" You may? State's Exhibit 5. I'd like to just throw this up, but I don't want to manipulate the TV, and the jury already has it. So, do you generally recognize this as being the Deer Creek that runs through the center of States 5? Correct. Then the High Bridge is visible in the photograph. Okay, can I turn this? Yes, just so the jury can see it? Thank you. And with regard to States 5, I was asking you about 300 North, which is right here. That's correct, okay? And I asked you if you had searched anywhere north of 300 North, and your answer is simply no, right? No. Okay? At any point in time during this investigation, it's not a trick question. Did you ever go out and search a cornfield around this part? I have. I did search areas north of Carroll County Road 300 North. Yes. As part of this investigation? Yes. When did that occur? Within the weeks afterwards. Places, locations in Monticello and White County. Okay? All right? I'm talking about immediately north of 300. Immediately north within this picture. There's nothing in this picture that I recall ever being asked to search north of the country road. Okay? And the Andersons is located over here in the corner. It's the top left corner. Is that right? The grain elevator? Yeah, grain elevator. I don't remember the name. Okay, and you were never asked to search anywhere over there? I was not, no. Okay, let me direct your attention to this farm here, this farmhouse that's just north of 300 North. Do you see that? I do see an area. And do you see where the High Bridge Trail runs to the northwest and kind of almost meets that particular area across the street from the farmhouse? It appears to. Have you ever, or are you familiar with the fact that there was what I referred to as the Mears connector earlier? There's a little trail that connected the main trail there, or not? I wasn't aware of that, no. So that probably answers my questions. You never searched any of the area along that part of the trail between 300 North and the trail either? No, sir. For discarded items and clothing or anything like that? No, sir. Okay, item 148, this is what we, the defense, have referred to as the magic bullet, right? Objection, Your Honor. It's an inappropriate reference and question. I'm asking if he acknowledges that we refer to it as that. The core, it's a little argumentative. It's irrelevant if he has anyway, but improper question. It's improper. Rephrase your question. Have you heard that phrase in the course of this investigation? Objection, Your Honor. It's irrelevant. How is this relevant, Mr. Razi? I'm using it to identify the exhibit instead of talking about the ready. Then use the identity, exhibit as item 148. Then use the identity that has been accepted and relayed to this jury as 148. Your characterization is improper. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. 48, right? You can't see it from there? Yeah. That is State's Exhibit 148. Smith & Wesson 40 caliber round, right? That is the caliber, yes. I saw maybe 6 or 7 photos of that round that were taken at the crime scene. Have you seen more than that? I have not. Okay. Have you looked for more? I have not. Okay. Did anybody ask you like, hey, are there any more than 5 or 6 rounds, 6, 7 rounds of this, photographs of this round? To me, do you acknowledge, there were no photographs of that unspent round that were taken of the ground where it sat after it was removed? Objection. Asked and answered. Sustained. May we approach? Sure. Sidebar conference conducted. I think the question was whether or not there were any photographs of the ground where it was removed. That's the first time I've asked that. Then I misunderstood the question. Oh, okay. All right, I apologize. Withdraw the objection? Okay. Sidebar conference concluded. Thank you. Do you acknowledge that there were no photographs of the ground where that unspent round was removed after it was removed? I believe other photographs were taken at the scene, which would have depicted the ground after it was removed. Okay? Fair? Fair enough. But highlighting that particular area so you could see how that ground was laying, or how that round was laying on the ground after it was removed. I'm not aware of any photographs specifically detailing the close-up area of where the bullet was removed after it was removed. And do you acknowledge that there are no photographs of that round, that unspent round, in its true state, the entirety of it, after it was removed? I did not take any, no. And do you agree with me that it would be helpful in an investigation like this to see a picture of that round after it was removed from the ground? Objection to the form of the question. It's improper to ask if he agrees with the lawyer. Form of the question, sustained. It's important in these investigations to document, isn't it? It can be yes. The most important thing that you're doing out there is preserving information and items, correct? I would say yes. And I think I heard Officer Page at one point saying, you can never take too many photographs. Have you heard that in the context of one of these investigations? I think the conversation I've had with people is film is free. Say that again. Film is free, doesn't cost, okay? So the logical extension of that is you can take a lot of photographs, and this particular item was a pretty significant find at that crime scene, wasn't it? It potentially was. And would you agree with me that you did a poor job of documenting that particular item as it relates to collecting it as evidence? Objection? His opinion is not relevant. It's part of argument. It's not part of question and answer. I'd object to the form of the question. It's his own work product, Your Honor. It's the form of the question. I'd object to asking if he agrees with Mr. Razi. Sustained. Do you wish you would have taken more pictures of that round? Not particularly, no. Okay. Is it unprofessional to pick that round up, hold it, and take a photograph while it's being collected? Anything unprofessional about that? I would say having an individual in the photograph would be considered potentially unprofessional. Placing it into a clean area and an unobstructed area which was not present at the scene would be a more proper way to document that photograph. That wasn't done in this case, was it? It was not. State's Exhibit 82, a picture of a sock, right? That's correct. Somebody's holding the sock, right? They are. Picked it up with their hand? They did. And took a picture of it? They did. No face in the picture, right? There is not. Is this unprofessional? It wouldn't be my preferred method. I wouldn't call it unprofessional, but I wouldn't call it the preferred method. 1 second, Your Honor. You did mention at one point that you had inspected LG's, I think you said wrist areas for defensive wounds. Do you generally remember that testimony? I think it was yesterday. Generally, yes. Okay. Did you discover any type of defensive wounds on her body? I'm sorry? Did you discover any type of defensive wounds on her body? I did not. Pass the witness. Mr. Latrul. Thank you, Your Honor. How many items of ammunition were collected in your investigation at Ground Zero? 1. How many items of ammunition were found anywhere in that crime scene on the 14th? 1. Of all the evidence that you collected and packaged in this investigation on the 14th and on the 15th, how many items of ammunition did you place into a package under this case number? 1 item. When you were packaging the evidence in this case, did you have evidence from other investigations, other cases, positioned, located within the area you were packaging? No. Did you package each item individually, one at a time? I did. Mr. Razi asked you the most important thing is to do all you can to preserve the evidence, something like that. Regardless of what he said, I'm going to ask you, is that the most important thing? I would say the documentation of the scene and preservation of the items at the scene are the 2 most important things. And after photographing the round, the cartridge in the ground, did you place it in its individual package to preserve any evidence that might be on it? That's correct. Is a .45 caliber distinct from a .40 caliber? By size and weight, yes. Is there any way that you would confuse one for the other? I don't believe I would, no. Were you surprised? Let me ask this differently. If the girls were overnight in the condition that you found them, would you be surprised the next afternoon, when you arrived at the scene, not to find any evidence of critter activity or scavenger activity on the bodies of the girls? I would not be. Would it be your expectation not to find them in that fashion after being overnight in the condition in which you found them? I would expect to find them in a very similar condition left overnight as I found them. No further question, Mr. Razi. You're talking about the condition of the bodies, right? Yes, but expect that they might be exposed to some predators or scavengers. That wouldn't be unusual, would it? Wouldn't necessarily be unusual. But I would also say at the time of year, insect activity is very much non-existent in northern Indiana. And insect activity is one of the things that often brings other animals, small and large, to the bodies. And the fact that there's no insect activity at that time of year, I think lends itself to the fact that there was no animal activity on the bodies. Ever seen turkey buzzards in Indiana? Yes. Ever seen them on the highway on roadkill? I have. Pretty common around these parts, isn't it? It's very common, yes, I would say. They can be pretty quick at getting to those things, can't they? Sometimes. Now, you said you collected only one round in this case, right? That's correct. You could have spent some extra time or given that some extra attention because it was the only one you collected, wasn't it? I could have. If you had it to do over again, would you have taken more photos of that round? I would not, based on the fact that it did identify, to my knowledge, a firearm that was used with it. So protecting it and preserving it, I feel, is the right thing to do, and taking no attempt to do anything else that I might do to damage or transform, and taking every attempt to preserve that evidence. If you had it to do all over again, would you have taken more photos of the area, close-up photos of the area on the ground where that round had lied before you picked it up? I mean, I think I took 5 or 6 photographs of one item. Close-ups? There were 2 or 3 that were close-up. Did you ever take a close-up photograph of that round? A close-up where you got down? Or did you ever see a photograph of that round when it was under those leaves that were moved before it was photographed? Yeah, I believe there was one photograph where it was visible before we found it. Before you found it? Yes. Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Olehi? Sidebar conference conducted. And we're going to break after this. Okay, we're going to break after this. May I grab my notepad? Sure. Did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under AW to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? When the evidence is being tested at the lab, how is that logged and resealed in the same bag? I'm okay with that. Jim, I think he's answered. Is it common practice to change gloves at any point during evidence collection? I'm okay with that. Was the bullet collected in an envelope or pillbox? Yeah, it's been answered, but I'm okay with that. He said pillbox. He said pillbox. Well, I think sometimes people get it. I think, isn't it in an envelope now? 'Cause it was collected in a... Okay, they heard it, but they're not listening, okay? What identifies which collected items were reopened or seal broken by a lab personnel is their initials on the item. I'm okay with it. Okay, so we'll go through all these questions, and then we'll take a break. Thank you. Sidebar conference concluded. All right, Mr. Olehi, did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under AW to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? I'm sorry, can you read that again, please? Yes, sir. Did the undergrowth appear to be disrupted under AW to indicate she was dressed as she laid there? I don't recall any area under her directly that was disturbed beyond just small movement or movement of the body during the examination of the scene. Mr. Latrul, any follow-up? I have none. Mr. Razi? No, ma'am. When the evidence is being tested at the lab, how is that logged and resealed in the same bag? So an analyst. And may I illustrate? Certainly. So to use item 151 as an example, the top portion is sealed with my initials and my seal. These are my initials, this is my identifying officer number, and my seals over the complete area of the opening of the flap. The bottom is also sealed by me, even though it's factory sealed. The side is actually opened with a sharp-edged instrument like an X-Acto knife or a small pair of very sharp scissors. And it's opened actually along the side, and the item is removed. And then once it's removed, it is resealed by the evidence person dealing with it, whether it be a chemist, an analyst, whoever it is in the lab, and then they place it back in and reseal it in the exact same container. As well, it does have the identifying number on it for the individual item that the laboratory would use to track it. And then also, this square here, And the handwriting here indicates that it was removed by the same initials, which is SB, and SB up here, indicating the lab evidence number and the lab item number. So this box is affixed and added on each item examined by an analyst. Any follow-up, Mr. Luttrell? Do you recognize the initials SB relating to the laboratory system at Indianapolis, Indiana State Police? Based on this case, I would assume them to be the initials of Stacy Bozanovsky. And who is she? She is a DNA analyst and lab analyst for the Indiana State Police Laboratory at the Indiana State Police Lab in Indianapolis. And in your experience, what is the situation if you deliver a package not fully sealed to the Indiana State Police Laboratory? It would be rejected by the lab for acceptance. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Rozzi, no questions.
Is it common practice to change gloves at any point during evidence collection? For example, different gloves for evidence collection on each victim? Yes, absolutely. I go through boxes of gloves at a crime scene. I think I described yesterday wearing often 2 pairs of gloves for the ease of change. The gloves underneath protect my hands, and most often, my practice was to wear 2 pairs of gloves so I could more quickly change them and still put a pair of gloves on without the sweaty hands or wet hands or anything like that. Any follow-up? No, Your Honor. Mr. Rozzi? No. Was the bullet collected in an envelope or a pillbox? It was collected at the scene in an envelope, and in order to preserve its integrity and not touch, damage, or destruct it in any way, it was never removed from its initial packaging. That was packaged at the scene directly by me at the scene. Mr. Luttrell? No questions. No question. No questions. What identifies which collected items were reopened or your seal broken by a lab personnel? Are there initials on the seal? As I previously stated, yes, the item is opened by a lab analyst with their individual seal and resealed by them. They'll have their specific mark or initials. And in this case, in item 151, the item is opened by Stacy Bozanovsky, resealed with packaging tape, and then resealed and signed on both sides to indicate that she was the one who opened and resealed the item. Mr. Luttrell? I have no questions. Mr. Rozzi? Questions by Mr. Rozzi. You'd agree with me that item 148, for example, would be treated similar to 151 in terms of your testimony just a second ago? I would say yes, to which I would object to the form of the question. Would you agree with me? Form of the question. Would item 148 be treated the same as item 151 in terms of your testimony just now? It would. And would there also be, with item 148 specifically, the bullet, the round, would there also be a log sheet that chronicles the travels of that round from the time it was collected by you to the time that it landed here in this courtroom? There would be a chain of custody maintained on it from the time I collected it up until this date. You ever seen that chain of custody log in this case with that 148? I have not, and it would not be uncommon for me not to review or see chain of custody logs after an item leaves me. Okay, I don't have any further questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Olehi. You may step down. Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, you can just put that back in the box. Thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break. Again, ladies and gentlemen, while you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. All rise, jury out at 10:49 a.m. All right, let's take 15 minutes, off record, on record at 11 a.m. All right, are we ready to continue? Is the state ready with your next witness? Yes, Your Honor. Prior to that, I wanted to publish to the jury hard copies of 3 slides identified by Sergeant Page yesterday. I did not want to pass any crime scene photos. Okay? But I do have diagrams that I want to pass to the jury. Okay? And that was State's Exhibit 1 is State's Exhibit 182. Okay, so I've got 182, 183, and 184. Are those what you're talking about? I'm talking about the topography. And so you want to publish 182. Okay, I need to find the evidence number of these. I apologize. Okay, well, can we bring the jury in while you're doing that? Absolutely, Your Honor. Okay, let's go bring 182 is the topographical. And then there were aerial photos they were given copies of those. The jury was given copies of 183 and 184. Those were the photos with the helicopter. Right? Correct. They were given those. But they were not given the photo of the Google Earth map depicted in 182. Mr. Correct? And also it's the topography slide that he identified. I just do not see it in the collection here. What is it? You've been marking those? What is or just my copies? I just wanted to make sure. Oh, you didn't have them? I didn't take his in all honesty. Oh, okay. But you've been marking on your copies what they are? I mean, you didn't yeah. Okay. She's got them all filed back there, but these are just yours. All rise. Jury in at 11 a.m. Okay, so it's just 182 then? Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Luttrell. Thank you, Your Honor. Prior to the next witness, we want to provide to the jury hard copies of State's Exhibit 182 that they have seen yesterday. It is a Google Earth illustration, and it does contain some measurements of the area of the bridge and the crime scene. Okay, you may. All right, you may call your next witness, State. Judge, the State of Indiana would call Trooper Brian Bunner, please. Will you state your name, please? It's Brian Bunner, and will you spell your last name for me, please? Bunner. And how are you employed? With the Indiana State Police. And how long have you been employed with the Indiana State Police? About 24 years. And were you employed in law enforcement before you started with the Indiana State Police? I was. And how long have you been employed in law enforcement in total? About 27 years. And did you go through special schooling or training to become a law enforcement officer? Yes. The Indiana State Police 22-week Recruit Academy. And what is your role currently in the Indiana State Police? Right now, I'm the lieutenant, and I oversee the digital forensics program for the entire state. And to be involved with the digital forensic portion of the Indiana State Police, did you have to go through additional specialized training to be qualified for that position? Yes. Can you tell me, well, first of all, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 185. Can you tell me what that is? This is a statement of qualifications, or a CV or resume, if you will, of my training and experience, a summary of. And does that accurately reflect the training and qualifications and different classes and seminars you've been through to become a digital forensic examiner? Judge, the state would move to admit or marked as State's Exhibit 185. Any objection? No, I'm sorry, is there any objection? I said no, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. I'll show that 185 is admitted without objection. Judge, the state would move to publish that to the jury. You may. Trooper Bunner, can you outline for the jury just briefly the course of your progression through the Indiana State Police? You graduated from the Law Enforcement Academy, you then became a trooper. And what happened from there? Eventually, I became a district detective at Connorsville District. From there, I moved on to the Digital Forensics Unit within the State Police out of Indianapolis. And at that time, it was called the Cyber Crime Unit. It's been changed now to Digital Forensics Unit. And what year did you move to the Cyber Crimes Unit? It's 2009. And have you been with that unit, which is now the Digital Forensic Unit, since that time? Yes. I've either worked as an examiner or been a supervisor within the same unit. And is it fair to say that since 2009 you've gone through annual training as part of being part of that unit? Yes, sir. Can you talk about that a little bit? So with the evolution of technology, it's always changing, and so we make sure that we always go to yearly training, if not more than one training a year, webinars, including just trying to keep up on the technology to stay current. Is it safe to say that? Said this already, but that technology evolves each year? Yes, sir. And so is it important for you to have yearly training to stay up with that technology? Yes, sir. or the changes in that technology? Yes, sir. Okay. I heard the term network intrusion. Is that the same as cell phone forensics? No, that's totally separate. Can you describe the two? So cell phone forensics. Well, digital forensics is an overall discipline. There's different disciplines within the digital forensics realm. So you have computer forensics, you have cell phone forensics, you have, drone forensics, internet things, forensics. You have network intrusion or incident response types of crimes. So there's different specialties within digital forensics as well. And you specialize just in digital forensics, is that right? Digital forensics, specifically computers, cell phones, and other digital devices that are brought to us. And what type of equipment and/or programs do you commonly use to perform your duties? So we have paid programs, commercial programs that we purchase to do cell phone and computer forensics. Some of them are named Celebrite, Magnet Axiom, X-Ways, so on and so forth. There's different paid license programs that we use to get into phones or get into computers. And your specialty, again, is phones and computers. Is that what you testified to? Yes, sir. How many phones do you think you've examined since 2009? Oh, it's in the hundreds, of not 1,000 or more. And have you testified at court about prior examinations? Yes, sir. In those prior hearings, some of those, have you been declared as an expert? In some, yes, I have. I want to talk a little bit about cell phone forensics. Can you explain the process that you go through when you do a cell phone extraction? Yeah, so in 2017, when this case was brought to us, the procedure was basically you get the phone in, you do a manual examination to kind of see, what packaging it's in, what condition it's in, is the screen cracked, so and so forth. So I have a digital camera that I document all those things. You open up the settings, you take pictures of the serial number, the name of the accounts, the screens. You take a digital picture of the screens, what applications are on the phone, all that. That's the first line. And then the second part of that is picking a software to try to extract the data. So extracting the data using one of the commercial tools that I talked about. And then at that point, you take that data and then you put it in another software to process. And so you have all this technology, the digital, things that you get off the device, and then you process it with this software. And then from there, you process that into a report form or readable format, so the investigators and/or the prosecutors can read what was on that phone. I want to break that down a little bit more. You were talking really fast, and so I want to make sure I understand. The first thing you do when you get a phone for an extraction is that you examine the outside of the phone. Yes, sir. And when I say examine the outside of the phone, what do you do to examine the outside of the phone? You take pictures of the packaging, the phone, the case that's on it. You remove the case, you take pictures of all these things, including the settings and serial numbers and all that type of thing. So you not only take a picture of the outside of the phone, meaning the phone outside the case, you also remove the SIM card and take a picture of that? Yes, sir. Then, do you turn on the phone and open the screen of the phone and take pictures of what you see on the screen? Yes, sir. And while you're doing that, do you open different applications within the phone? It just depends. It depends on what is needed for the case. In this case, I believe there is a Snapchat application on there, so I was able to open up the Snapchat and take a screenshot. We'll get to that part, but okay. In the typical forensics examination, do you tend to open apps that are on the phone and take a look at those apps? Yes. And then do you photograph what you see? Yes. After you've done the physical examination and taken those photographs, what is the next step that you do? So you find the piece of software that you need to extract that data off, and then you plug that phone into a computer with that software, and you basically download that information off that phone. How do you know what software to use on what phone? Different softwares support different phones. Not one piece of software supports everything. And so it just depends on the make, the model. The version of software that's on the phone could be a factor. And so it depends really. So you take a look at the phone, depending on what kind of phone it is, if it's an iPhone, and then you'll determine what program would work best on that phone to extract the data. Yes, sir. Okay, then you plug the phone into your computer? Yes, sir. You use that program to extract the data? Yes, sir. And when you extract the data, what do you get? Well, you get an exact copy of everything that's on that phone that's supported for the extraction of that device. And with that raw data, what do? So you take that raw data, and then that's where you put it in another program to process that information. And that's where it deciphers the information to understand what the contacts are, or the text messages, the calls, the pictures, the videos, all that type of thing. This raw data, my understanding, is the raw data is in basically computer format, where it's ones and zeros. Is that fair? Yes, sir. And something that can't be read by someone like me that's looking at it? Yes, sir. And so it's necessary for you to put that raw data into a program that deciphers it and makes it readable to someone who can't read ones and zeros? Yes, sir. Once you do that, the information that's produced, what do you do with that information? Then once it's deciphered in that program, then you create a report. And when you create a report, there's, basically 4 different ways that we can produce reports in different formats. So a PDF report that people can read, an Excel spreadsheet that people can read as far as the messages and so on and so forth. It's called an HTML file, which is basically a web browser file. It doesn't use the internet, but it uses a web browser like Edge or Outlook, or Edge or Safari or a web browser to look at it. And then the 4th type is basically called a portable case, where it's like a small little program that the investigator can install in their computer that can read the data in electronic form. Kind of like what I see in the electronic form on that process, Celebrite extraction. I want to talk about some of the data that you're able to retrieve from phones when you go through this process. Are you able to retrieve text messages? Yes, sir. What about photos? Yes, sir. What about videos? Yes, sir. What about activity within the apps on the phone? Possibly, yes. Okay, and all this information is put into that report that you're talking about? Yes. I want to take you back to 2017. What position were you in at that time? I was a fully trained digital forensic examiner, sergeant by rank, but practicing digital forensics, working cases day to day. And where were you stationed? Out of the Indianapolis office. And is that out of the cybercrime unit in Indianapolis? Yes, sir. And at some point, did you become involved in the investigation into the murder of AW and LG? Yes. Can you tell me how you became involved? We were contacted that investigators found a phone that they believed was part of the investigation, and so that phone was relayed down to Indianapolis at my office on February 15th of 2017 by Trooper Larry Moat. Once he brought the phone down, then Hold? Let me ask you a few questions in there, okay? Okay? You're getting ahead of me. You kind of answered my next question. When did you get the phone? It was February 15th of 2017. And when you first received the phone, what did you do? Like I mentioned before, I did that manual examination of taking digital photographs of the phone, the condition, the packaging, and so forth. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 186 through 199. I want you to take a look at those photos for a moment. Trooper Bunner, did you get an opportunity to look at those photos? I did. And are those photos you took? Yes. And are those photos that you took while doing the physical examination of the phone that was brought to you by Trooper Moat? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move what's been marked as States Exhibits. Let me look at the numbers one more time. 186 through 199. No objection? All right. Without objection, 186 through 199 are admitted. Judge, I would ask permission to publish those pictures. I've stapled them in a packet for ease to the jury. You may. Thank you, Judge. Sergeant Bunner, I'd like to go through the photos and describe to the jury what the pictures are of and what you're doing as you're taking the pictures. So the first picture that we come to, explain to the jury what that is a picture of. So the picture is just a manila envelope. This is the packaging that the phone was inside. And now I want to go to States Exhibit 187. This is a copy of the PRNR, the property record and receipt for Indiana State Police. That's how we keep chain of custody. I just took a picture of it as it was brought to me. And is that typical that you would take a picture of that? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 188 and 189. put them together. Can you describe what those are? These are the pictures of the front and back of the phone that I examined with the Gus. And are those pictures that you took after it was taken out of the package? Yes. Okay. I'm going to show you pictures of 190 and 191. Can you describe what those are? 190 is a picture with the case removed, the back side of the phone, and then the 191 is a close-up of the back side of the phone, and I do that so that you see the model number and the identifiers on the back of it. And what kind of phone is this that you were examining? It's an Apple iPhone 6s. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 192. Can you tell me what that is? This is a copy of a picture of the SIM card tray and the SIM card that was removed from the item I examined. So as part of your physical examination, you not only photograph the outside of the phone, but you take the SIM card out and photograph that as well. Yes, sir. Why do you do that? It shows basically that what kind of carrier it is. So in this instance, it was a AT&T SIM card, and then it has the SIM card number etched in the top of the card. And so by seeing the name AT&T on that SIM card, does that tell you which carrier would be a provider for the phone? Yes, sir. And so, in this case, who is it? I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 193 and 194. Can you describe to the jury what those are? 193 is a picture of the screen lock to show that it was a locked phone or it had a lock code on it. And then 194 is a picture of it unlocked at the home page. Now I want to back up a little bit. When you got the phone, was the phone powered on? It was not. How did you get the phone to power on? I plugged it into the charger and charging the phone. So was the battery dead on the phone when you got it? Yes, sir. Okay, and you plugged it in? Yes. When the phone came on, is that lock screen the first thing that popped up? Yes, sir. Did you have the code to the phone to be able to get into it? Yes. We had been provided with it. And so you punched the code into the phone, and then State's Exhibit 194. Is that the screen you saw when you opened the phone? Yes, sir. Did you manipulate the phone in any way before you opened it? No, meaning you didn't delete phone calls, you didn't delete messages, you didn't do anything to the phone prior to punching in the code and opening that phone? No. And so that picture, State's Exhibit 194, is that a true and accurate copy of what you saw on the phone when you opened it? Yes, sir. Okay. After that, did you then continue on with your physical examination? Yes. And did that entail opening the settings and different app within the phone to see what information you could gather? Yes, sir. So I want to go through these. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 195. Can you tell the jury what that is? That is in the settings portion, under the general settings where it has the name of the phone. By default, a phone is just named iPhone. In this instance, it's been edited to be named LG S iPhone. I want to show you what's been marked as State's 196. Can you tell the jury what that is? That is a picture of the settings of the iCloud. Each iPhone has an iCloud associated with it, an iCloud account, and this is the name of the iCloud account, which it names LG or lg@icloud.com. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 197. Can you tell the jury what that is? That is another screenshot of the Apple ID that was associated with that Apple iPhone, and it's mirrored towards the iTunes and the App Store. You have to have an Apple ID in order to purchase an app or download an app. And so the LG iCloud LL.G iCloud is the account that was used to do that. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 198. Can you tell the jury what that is? So I took a screenshot or a digital picture of the settings, particularly in the iMessage settings, where on iPhones they have regular text messages, but they also have iMessage as a feature. And so an iMessage can be attached to an Apple ID. It can be attached to a phone number. And in this case, both were checkmarked. The phone number and the Apple ID lgicloud.com, lgicloud.com was used for iMessage. And then finally, State's Exhibit 199. Can you tell the jury what that is? So it says settings. This is a screenshot or a digital picture of in the Snapchat settings menu, where it shows the name is LG and the username is LG with a date of birth and mobile phone number. And that is within the Snapchat application? Yes, sir? Okay. Sergeant Bunner, I'm going to show you. This is out of sequence numbering-wise. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 206. Can you just identify what this is? So this is a digital photo in the Settings General app where I take a picture of, well, wait, let me stop you. Did you take that photo? Yes, sir. And was that part of your physical examination of the phone? Yes, sir. And specifically, was that part of your examination when you're looking in the phone and gathering information once the phone is opened, meaning once the passcode is punched in and you're looking at the screen? Yes, sir. All right, Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as Exhibit 206. No objection. All right. Without objection, 206 is admitted. No objection. Judge, the state would move to, sorry, we've already done that, I'm sorry. Can you now, this has been admitted, and I realize it's out of sequence. I realized it wasn't in the group of pictures that I handed you before. Can you explain to the jury what State's Exhibit 206 is? So it's a digital photo I took of the settings and the general app, but basically it shows the time zone that the phone is set in, and then which is America, Indianapolis, which is commonly known as Eastern Time Zone. And it's checked, or the box is set to set automatically. And that means that basically the phone will receive and set automatically to that specific time zone according to the cell phone towers. And can you tell me a little bit how that works? The cell phone towers, how do they get the time to make sure it's accurate? So the carriers, in this case AT&T, sets a date and time, and that is synced to phones that are set to set automatically with the date and time that's set for that particular phone. And you took this picture in 2017? Yes, sir. And it was on Eastern Time? Yes, sir. Are we on Eastern Time yet today? Yes, sir. And are we Eastern Time in this geographical location? Yes, sir. And so the time that was on that phone, that was set to that phone, should be the time that we are here currently today. Yes, sir. Okay, after you did the physical examination of this iPhone 6S, what did you do next? At that point, since you've taken the digital photos and documented that part of it, you move on to the next phase, which is to extract the data off the phone. And how did you do that in this case? So in this case, I used Cellebrite. It's a commercial program that we purchase a license, and it supports a lot of phones around the world. And so I used that to extract the data off the phone. Cellebrite is a program that you've purchased, you said. And how often have you used Cellebrite? So the state police specifically purchases it, the licenses for that. But in 2017, we were using Cellebrite on a daily basis to work cases. And is it a program that you were familiar with? Yes, sir. Is it a program that you had used several times in various phone extractions prior to this? Yes, sir. And tell me the kind of information that Cellebrite will gather from or extract from the phone. So it depends on what make and model of the phone, what version of software it is, and in what Cellebrite, what other forensic programs support. But in this case, the Cellebrite was able to extract the contacts, the messages, the phone calls, the voicemails, the internet history, the pictures and videos, so on and so forth. And is there, I guess I'll just ask you, is this commonly referred to as a Method 1 technique? For this iPhone extraction, it was a Method 1 extraction off that device. Do you know why it's called a Method 1 extraction? I do not. That's just the way that Cellebrite named that extraction method. How is that different than other extraction methods, if you know? So with iPhones, they have a Method 1. Later, they come up with a Method 2, Method 3. But with iPhones are a little bit different because you'd hook it up to your computer. With Androids at the time, we had a little tablet box, if you will. It's a Cellebrite that you would plug in the Android phones into and extract the data through that device. But with iPhones, it was specifically you used a computer to plug the phone in to extract the data. On February 15th of 2017, is the Method 1 extraction the only capability that you had on this type of phone? For the Cellebrite program, yes. For the Cellebrite program, okay, did you then run the phone through the Cellebrite program? Yes. And what product did you get? So I received the extraction, the data that whatever it could support off of that phone. And did you look at the data that you were able to extract from that phone? Yes. Once I put that in the Cellebrite program to analyze it, I could see where it's deciphered all the phone calls, the messages, the pictures, videos, and so on and so forth. In the Cellebrite report, you were able to look at the Cellebrite report that was produced? Yes, sir. And was that report several hundred pages long? Yes, sir. Did you go through each page of that report individually? No. What did you do? So typically there's a ton of information that's brought off the phone. We take that and we put it into report form, and then we report that or give that to the detectives that's working the case so that hopefully they can further their case, their investigation. And is that what you did here? Yes, sir. Now, why didn't you take the time, after you extracted the information, to go through that report? If we went, though, every single database, it would probably take weeks, if not months or years, to go through every single phone line by line. Did you have time to do that on February 15th of 2017? On February 15th of 2017, this was a day after they found the victims, to my understanding of limited knowledge of the case. And so time was of the essence. So we wanted to get the information off that phone and into the hands of the investigators as soon as possible. And in fact, while you did the extraction, did Trooper Moat sit and wait on you to get it done? He did. And so Trooper Moat was there to rush that information back to investigators as soon as you were done? Yes, sir. Did you look at any of the data before you handed the information back over to Trooper Moat? I looked at a little bit of the data? Yes. Tell me what kind of data you looked at. So typically when we extract data off of phones, there's easily seen information, and part of that is the last user activity, basically. And that's probably important for the case. I'm assuming, being the district detective prior to, that looking at the prior day or two before, that may deem some valuable information off the phone. And so that's what I did. And let's break it down to the nuts and bolts of this. Did you look at the camera roll on the phone? I did. And the camera roll is what? The camera roll is the application that stores the photos and videos on an iPhone specifically. And why did you look at that specific section or data from the phone? I noticed that. Why did you do that? Why did I do that? Yes, because that's in the timeline feature of the Cellebrite report that showed a video was taken in the last day or two of that phone activity. And is it fair to say that could be important evidence in an investigation? Yes, sir. The last photos, videos, the last things on that camera roll could be important pieces of evidence for any investigation. Yes, sir. Objection. Leading. Sustained. Why is it that you went to that section of the phone first? That was the last user activity on the timeline report. And were you able to see the last photos and videos taken with that phone? Yes, sir. And what did you find? I found a video was taken on 2/13/17. Judge, the parties have stipulated to the video that Sergeant Bunner found on the phone. I'd ask the court permission to play that video now. What is the exhibit number? I'm sorry, Judge. States Exhibit 200. I apologize, Judge. I got ahead of myself. That's all right. So without objection and by agreement of the parties, States 200 is admitted and published. Sergeant Bunner, does this video have sound? It does. And I'm going to play the video now. Sergeant, is that the video that you saw on the iPhone 6 that you were examining? Yes, sir. And at this point, when you examined the video, did you know anything about the investigation? I know there's 2 girls that were possibly killed, and that's about all I knew about the investigation. Were you able to examine the timestamp that was on the video? I was. And what did you find? It was taken at 2:13 p.m. And what date? On 2/13/2017. And how do timestamps on videos work? How does a video get a timestamp of when it was taken? It usually deems that from the date and time that's set on the phone. Would that be a correlation with the other exhibit that we examined, stating the phone was on a certain time standard? Yes, sir. Okay. When you do an extraction, a cell phone extraction, does it give you a true and accurate copy of the information that's on the phone? Yes, sir. And so would this video have been a true and accurate transfer from what was on the phone? Yes, sir. Once you viewed the video, what did you do with the video next? I basically sent that with Trooper Larry Moat, with the reports to the investigators. I also was able to send a copy to Sergeant Jeremy Chapman, who's a state police digital forensic examiner who's been trained in audio-video enhancements. I also sent that to our fusion center and my boss, Chuck Cohen, Captain Chuck Cohen at the time. Did you attempt to enhance the video in any way? I did not. Did you do anything else to examine the video, take pictures of it, anything like that? I took screenshots. And how did you take those screenshots? When I play a video, we play it outside of the forensic software. And I played it in, it's called a VLC player. It's a free player that you can download the internet. And we use that player because it plays a lot of different file types, codecs. And so I was able to play that video on the VLC player, pause it, and then take screenshots, if you will. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 201 through 205. Can you review those, please? Sergeant, have you had an opportunity to go through those photos? Yes, sir. And did you take those photos? Yes, I did. And what are those photos? These are the video played but paused to take a screenshot with the VLC player. To take a snippet, basically, of a still photo as you see here. And those are photos you took? Yes, sir. Judge, state would move to admit what's been marked as States Exhibit 201 through 205. No objection. Without objection, 201 to 205 inclusive are admitted. And Judge, the state would ask permission to publish those to the jury at this time. You may. Sergeant Bunner, when you do the screenshots, do you do them in chronological order as the video plays? Yes, and I want to explain something to the jury as you look through that packet. That packet is Exhibits 201 through, what was the last number? 205. Thank you. Those are not in chronological order, are they? No, I guess they're not. And so which picture is really first in the video? It's probably 205. And so inadvertently, when I handed you the packet, it looks like I put the first picture last. Is that fair? Yeah. And so really, it should go 205, then back to 201, and then through the process? And in picture 205, can you see a man behind AW? No. In the pictures following that, you can. Is that correct? Yes, sir. After you gave the phone and the information back to Trooper Moat, did you examine the phone again on a later date? I did. Can you tell me about that, please? The phone was brought back to me on February 21st of 2017. Let me stop you. Why was it brought back to you on that day? I don't know why it was brought that day, but that was the day that it was brought to us, and there was other phones that we examined at that point too. Once you got the phone on February 21st, 2017, what did you do with it then? So knowing that this was an ongoing case, that the first time that I examined it, we did it quickly, and I wanted the phone back so I could use every tool that I had in my tool belt and our forensic arsenal to try to get more data off that phone. And did you do that? Yes. I used everything that I could to get data off that phone. What other programs did you use to get additional data off or to re-examine the phone? So in totality, I've used a program called Lantern, a program called Blacklight, a program called Elcomsoft, Magnet Axiom, Magnet Acquire. We tried to do an iTunes backup. We did an iTunes cloud extraction. We tried to do as much as we could to try to get as much information off that phone or off that Apple ID to further the case. What did you do with that information after you gathered it? Well, we try to give that over to the investigators if it was relevant, but there was really nothing that was in addition to what we found already through just the Celebrite extraction from the initial extraction. So this additional or second extraction that you did, your testimony is that it didn't produce anything new from the first extraction? No, sir. Did you get the phone back a third time? Yes, I did. Tell me about that. So in September, in the fall of 2017, on September 5th, I received the phone back again. At that point, Celebrite had released a Method 2 extraction, and then I had learned that there's a new Method 3 extraction as well. Why do you keep extracting the same phone? Why do you do that? Why don't you just take the first extraction, give it to investigators, and move on? So there's different levels of extractions in cell phone forensics, without getting too deep in the woods. But basically you have a logical extraction, which is a basic extraction. You advanced logical, which is a little bit more. You have a file system, you have a full file system, and then you have a physical extraction. So each level gains more information off the phone. And is it safe to say that technology continues to develop month after month, year after year? Yes. And so why is it important to re-examine phones as technology develops? Because there's new capabilities and new information and more information that we can gather off that phone as time and technology improves. When you did the Method 2 extraction, did you gather anything new in addition to the Method 1 extraction you did back on February 15th of 2017? There was some new information, but it was minimal, nothing that was relevant to the case. What did you do with the phone after that? To get the Method 3 extraction, that was beyond the state police's capabilities. And so we reached out to our federal partners at Homeland Security, and I was able to ship that phone to Washington, D.C. for their lab to extract the Method 3 extraction from that phone. And did you get a report from the Method 2 and the Method 3 extractions? So once we received I did the Method 2, and we received the Method 3 back, then I created a report within, analyzing that data, and then creating a report from that new additional data, new report in addition to the one you created on February 15th. Yes, sir. Okay. After that, was the phone examined again? Yes, sir. When? In 2019. Who examined it in 2019? That was Sergeant Chris Cecil, who was a digital forensic examiner in the same office. Why was it re-examined in 2019? So at that point, we had received newer technology now, which is called Gray Shift, a product called Gray Key at the time, and it extracted even more data from iPhones at that point. Why didn't you do the extraction? Why was it given to Christopher Cecil? In late 2017, I was promoted to First Sergeant, and so I was still in the Digital Forensics Unit, or Cybercrime Unit at the time, now Digital Forensics, but I wasn't an active examiner doing day-to-day extractions. And so we wanted to make sure that we had one of our best examiners to do that phone because I had stepped down and started doing more admin duties. So we wanted to make sure it had the best person to do that exam that was practicing. Thank you, Judge. I don't have any other questions. Miss Auger, thank you. Sergeant Bunner, you said that you sent off the phone for the Method 3 after you did the Method 2 extraction. Yes, okay, but the Method 2 extraction report was dated October 12th, 2017. Correct? I'd have to look at it, okay? And you sent off and had who did you have do the Method 2? It was Homeland Sec, or you said Method 2? Yes, it was myself. Or I'm sorry, Method 3. Method 3 is Homeland Security. Homeland Security? Not Customs? Well, U.S. Customs and Homeland Security kind of merged, and it's kind of one agency. Okay, so same thing to you? Yes. All right, and the Method 3 extraction was done on September 5th of 2017, right? It was sent off, yes. Okay, and the report was dated September 5th, 2017, right? I would have to go back and fire up my computer if you want exact dates. Okay, now I want to show you. Now, you took pictures of the phone when you originally received it in order to kind of document the state that it was in and the manner in which you received it, and also for chain of custody purposes. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am? Okay, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 26, and can you tell us what that is a photo of? I believe I already explained it before. This is a manila envelope that the phone was in when I received it on February, and it's just labeled with a Post-it note, right? Yes. Is that how you normally label things, with Post-it notes for chain of custody? Judge, can we approach? Yep. Come on up. The parties have stipulated to the chain of custody. So we're not confusing the jury that chain of custody is at issue. Okay. Why are we doing this? You've already stipulated to it. Emis, we stipulated to it, but well, part of our whole case is that you stipulated to it? Yes, we did.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parties have stipulated to the chain of custody of the phone. Now, Cellebrite has different levels of certifications of people using it. Yes, and you're not certified in Cellebrite, right? State Police does not actively do vendor certifications. So that's no? No. Now, the Method 1 logical extraction you did on February 15th, that kind of gets the over-the-hood information. Is that fair in saying? The W what you can see you're using, if I have my phone and I push all my buttons and click on things, that's the information I can see, right? It's an advanced logical extraction. That's what you did on February 15th. Yes. And there are, is it logical, an advanced logical, a full file system, and then physical extraction, correct? There's different levels, yes. Are those the different 4 of the different levels? That's some of them. Yes, okay, and so a logical extraction is different than an advanced logical extraction, correct? It depends on what's supported, what's not within a certain iOS or phone or whatever. Okay, for iPhones and Celebrite, a logical extraction is different from an advanced logical. It could be yes. Okay, sir, I'm going to show you what I've marked as Defendant's Exhibit M. Can you identify that? This is the front page of the PDF extraction report that I created for this case. And Celebrite automatically generates in that report the type of extraction, correct? It does. And what type of extraction does that say it was? Says Logical Method 1. Thank you. No objection, Your Honor, to Defendant's Exhibit M. Are you moving to admit? Yes. All right, I'll show without objection, M is admitted. Now you can also perform a full file system extraction on an iPhone 6s using Celebrite, right? You can now, yes. Well, you could in 2017 too. No. There was only a Method 1 extraction, okay? But you did a full file system extraction in October of 2017, right? That would be the Method 3. And is that a full file system extraction? To my understanding, yes, okay? That you did in 2017 when you just said it wasn't available? That one? Not in February of 2017. Oh, it was available to other people. But you didn't have the capability yet. I don't know when the Method 3 was available. And the Method 3 extraction gets all of the information, the under the hood kind of stuff, right? There's not one program that gets every single bit of information. Well, okay, it gets the file system files, all of the data on the phone. You can't see if you're just looking at your phone, right? Correct. All right, and that includes things like when you turn the phone on, possibly yes. There's a power on log, right? Possibly yes. Okay, and there's current power logs that show battery health, right? Possibly yes, okay? And there's a knowledge C database that shows different types of what apps are on, when the screen is on, when it's off, kind of the whole life of the phone, right? In 2017, we did not know anything about a knowledge C database. Okay, well, there's a knowledge C database included in your October 2017 extraction, right? It appears it is, yes, okay? You just didn't know about it then? We didn't know that the capabilities were there. And when we hit it with new updated software, then now that we know of the Knowledge C database exists and the Celebrite programmers have programmed the software to read that information, now that we can see that in the Method 3. And you had that information available to you as of October 2017, right? No. Now, was it not available to you, or did you just not see it? We did not know about Knowledge C database in 2017. Okay, now I want to talk to you a little bit about the video on the phone, actually. And you looked at the camera roll to get the video, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay, do you recall what was on the camera roll from February 13th, 2017? I'm sure you'll refresh my memory. Okay, all right, I'm going to show you, well, maybe. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit A, and that is the Monon High Bridge that's in the video. Is that right? Appears yes. Okay, was that photograph on LG's camera roll? Not that I recall. And this is the photograph of AW on the Monon High Bridge? Yes. Sergeant Bunner. Sergeant, right? Lieutenant? Ah, I copied Nick. It was in 2017, yes. Okay. Well, I apologize, Lieutenant Bunner. When you look at photographs and video, is there data associated with that you can see? Sometimes, yes, it does retain. Okay. And there was data associated with the video, is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And some of that data was longitude and latitude? Yes, ma'am. And Celebrite has the ability to map that, is that right? Yes. Okay, and did you actually map it? I did. Okay, and I want to show you Defendant's Exhibit N. Is that a map that shows where the video, the longitude and latitude of the video associated with the video? Yes. And sir, could you circle, please, where the longitude and latitude was for the video? I've not been privy to that information as far as where the bridge and bodies and everything were found. Okay, and so I couldn't answer that question. All right, well, but the longitude and latitude aren't anywhere near the bridge, right? It is close within the vicinity, yes. That showed up on your February 15th, 2000 extraction? So this coordinate, specific coordinate, is a coordinate in Delphi, Indiana. Okay, and is that the coordinate that has the longitude and latitude? This coordinate, yes. Okay, can you circle that for me? This one right here, yes, sir? Okay, and can you put your initials on there? Judge, I'm going to object. I guess I'm not sure what the identification purposes of that are for when she's telling him where to circle and what to put on the picture. It's an identifier as to the longitude and latitude coordinates of the video. I guess it would go to the weight the jury would give to. That's fine, Judge. The exhibit. Can you just initial that for us, please? Thank you. Your Honor, can I go ahead and publish this, please? Perhaps we should admit it. Oh, admit it first? Thank you. Yes, move to admit Defendant's Exhibit N. No objection, Judge. All right, without objection, N is admitted. May I publish it? You may. Thank you. Sergeant Bunner, did you point that information out to investigators? No. Okay. Did you have it pulled up on the map before you gave it back to Trooper Moat? No, I did not look at the GPS data in 2017. Earlier you talked about iMessaging and whether that's turned on the phone, is that right? Yes. Okay, and while I'm talking about that, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 195. Is that the photo you took? Yes. Is that how it looks to me? That's printed off on landscape. You can print a picture out landscape or portrait, right? Oh, yes. Okay, and that's printed landscape? Yes. And so some of the information down here on the bottom was cut off? Okay, did you take the picture that only included the top part of the screen? Or is it just because it's the way it's printed? I just took the top portion of the screen. Okay, and there's other information below that could be helpful, right? Yes. All right, and the same with Exhibit 196? Yes. And 199? Yes. Now, iMessaging was enabled on LG's phone, is that correct? Yes. And iMessaging is a service by, my words may not be accurate, so just bear with me. It's a service provided by Apple, so that if user has an iPhone and user B has an iPhone, they can use that Apple messaging to send pretty secure messages. MR, Judge, can I ask a few foundational questions? You may. Lieutenant Bunner, are you familiar with the operating systems that the Apple company uses? I'm familiar with them, yes. Are you familiar with iMessaging and how it works? Limited capability, yes. Judge, I'm going to object to the question. I'm not sure he's in a position to be able to answer the technicalities of how iMessaging works from one phone to another, and so I'm going to object under speculation, Judge, as he doesn't have the foundational, knowledge to be able to answer that question. He says he has limited capability. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know, but he can answer. Overruled. What? I'm going to have to re-ask it, aren't it? Yep. What's the question? Okay. All right. So Apple has iMessaging, so if user has an iPhone and user B has an iPhone, they can send messages, iMessages, back and forth through the Apple server? Yes. Okay. And there are other capabilities associated with two users who have iPhones. Can you be more specific? Yes, I can. Find my iPhone. Yes. Okay. And so if user has an iPhone and that's, approved by user B, they can share their locations and find their locations. Yes, that's my understanding. Okay, and LG had Find My iPhone enabled on her iPhone 6S. You're asking, or? Yeah. I don't know. I'd have to specifically research that. Okay, sure. I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit M, and you'll probably want to look at the last 3 lines. Yes, it appears that Find My iPhone was enabled on this phone. Your Honor, may I publish Defendant's Exhibit M? Do you have copies for the jury? I don't. Why don't we make copies? That's a lot of information for. Okay. It'll take an hour to pass that. Sure. If you know, is Find My iPhone an app that parents often use to kind of track their children? They can. Judge, I'm going to object to the question as speculation. Sustained. Sir, would you agree with me that every time you plug in the phone to do some kind of extraction or analysis, you are losing data? Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. Sustained. That's a hard habit to break. I'm sorry. Is it true that when every time you plug the phone into the computer to download, extract information, you lose some data from that phone? In 2024, yes, we know that's true. And it was true in 2017, right? We weren't sure that capabilities or not. Okay, so it was true. You just didn't know it to be true? Okay? And so when the phone was plugged in on February 15th, some data was lost. Not necessarily. Okay, what about the power off log that just logs the last power off, right? We know that now in 2024 that there is a log, yes. Okay? And let me be clear, I understand you may not have known it, but that doesn't mean it didn't happen, right? True. Okay? And so when it's powered off then on February 15th of 2017, we lost some data? Possibly yes. And then when you got it again on February 21st, you lost some data? Yes. And part of that is things are overwritten, and part of it is data kind of falls off over time? Sure. Okay, and so when September 5th, when Customs did their, or Homeland Security did their extraction, same thing? Yes. Okay, and then on October 11th, when you did another one, same thing? Sure. And then in 2019, when Chris Cecil did his extraction, some more data was lost and overwritten? Sure. And that's data that you can never get back? Yes. And data the jury will never know? And sir, I want to show you State's Exhibit 187. If I could just have a moment, Your Honor? Sir, when we say too that Find My iPhone is enabled, that means it's on? Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, sir. Mr. McClellan, thank you, Judge. Lieutenant Bunner, I apologize for calling you the wrong rank before. I was used sergeant, but... Lieutenant Bunner, we talked about the different levels of certification on Cellebrite and through ISP. The policy is that you don't get those certifications through Cellebrite. Is that your testimony? So each vendor, cell phone vendor, forensics vendors, have their own certifications. We can choose to take those certifications or not. It doesn't negate the fact that we can go through the training and get trained in how to use that software. It's just I've been told by the vendors. Objection hearsay. Sustained, you're getting ahead of me here, and you kind of answered the question. Okay. That I was going to ask next, because you don't have the certification from Cellebrite, does that equal that you're not trained on the program? No, not at all. Do you get training on how to use the program? Absolutely. Is your training different from the training that people get when they're certified? No. And so the only difference is you don't have the paper saying you're certified? Correct. Okay, so you have the same training? Yes. As of 2017, how many years had you worked with Cellebrite? About 8 years. Okay? And through those 8 years, you continued to get training on the capabilities and how to use the program. Is that fair? Yes. Okay. I want to talk a little bit about, and again, I'm couching this in 2017 because that's when the phone was first extracted, correct? Yes. Talked a little bit about photos and videos and GPS location. In 2017, what can you tell me about the GPS location of a video taken on an iPhone at that time? So it's the data associated with GPS coordinates, the type of phone or camera that was taken, all that is called EXIF data, EXIF. And that's attached to a picture, a video, whatever, that's not seen by the naked eye, but can be seen by our forensic programs. And is the GPS location, I got to go back, was the GPS location on videos taken in 2017? Was it common for those GPS locations to be accurate? It's within a reasonable area. The GPS location shows it's in Delphi. If I use an example, if you have a Find My iPhone app, if you want to, for instance, if I want to track my wife, I'll open up the Find My iPhone app, and initially it'll show a big circle that says, she is within this general area, but we don't know exactly the pinpoint accuracy of within a meter or a yard or a foot of where she is, until maybe 30 seconds, a minute later, maybe even 5 minutes later, will it hone in to pinpoint exactly where she's at. And so, is that the same, methodology? Was that the same methodology that occurred with the GPS location of a video back in 2017? Yes, and so when you start a video, would the GPS location range be larger? Yes, it'd be larger. And what would happen as that video records? Eventually, that circle will get smaller, and it'll get pinpoint accuracy depending on the cell phone towers and satellites and possibly Wi-Fi or anything else that it uses to triangulate to figure out exactly the pinpoint accuracy of that phone. So when a video first starts, when it first started recording, you may have a map or a location or a large location. Yes. And as that video plays, what would happen? Eventually, if it's trying to figure out where that phone is at, then it'll triangulate and that circle will get smaller and smaller, and it'll have pinpoint accuracy eventually to where it is located. And does it give you that accuracy within a range? The initial one or the precise one? Both of them. So according to Celebrite and what information was gathered off, it said it's in this area, and it just picked a GPS location and said, this is the location. Okay, well, let's follow up on that. Specifically with this video, the GPS location that you were shown, do you know how accurate that is within a range? Prior to this, I mapped it out, and it looks like a little over a mile away. Okay? To the area, it's a mile area, and so is the GPS coordinates that you were shown today. Are those pinpoint accuracy? The one that Miss Auger showed is within a general range. Okay, of accuracy, yes. So the specific GPS location, that may not be where the video was taken, but it's within a range of that GPS location. Is that what I'm hearing? Objection? Asked and answered. Sustained. When you plug in a phone, or when you turn on a phone, let me back up. When you turn on a phone, your testimony was that there was data that is lost. So constantly with cell phones, there's underlying things going on in the operating system behind the scenes that the user doesn't know about. And so the phone is constantly changing and moving things around and possibly deleting databases it doesn't need anymore. So yes. Do you know? This may be an unfair question, maybe a silly question. Is there any way to tell what data is lost? Not to my knowledge, no. Okay, I don't have any other questions, Judge. Yes, please. Lieutenant Bunner, in 2017, the only location data you had to provide investigators was the GPS coordinates on our exhibit. Is that correct? I believe there's other GPS locations within the phone, and you had those available to you in 2017? They were provided on the report? Yes. Okay. Do you mean GPS coordinates associated with other videos and pictures? Yes. Okay. Did you map those? No. Okay. You mapped the video from February 13th? Later on? Yes. Okay. And in 2017, the only coordinates you had were these coordinates on Defendant's Exhibit N, correct? Yes. Later in 2024, First Sergeant Sissel found additional coordinates. Is that right? Do you know? I can't speculate to what he found. Okay, all right. You haven't looked at any of his work? I have not looked at his reports, no. Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much, thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for the lieutenant? Judge, while the bailiff's collecting those, I do have copies of State's Exhibit 206 to publish to the jury. I can do that afterwards, Judge, but I wanted to make the court aware that we were able to get those copies done. Oh, all right, so you can go ahead and publish while we're talking. Okay. Did you ever document or take a photograph of the lock screen before the phone was unlocked to show notifications on the phone since it was last accessed? I don't have a problem with that question. Can you share what relevance the sticky note on Exhibit 186 represents? The date looks to be 2/17/24. Can you elaborate on why the date doesn't reflect 2017? I mean, you guys stipulated to that. Yeah. So, well, I think you're right. You stipulated. I understand. I object, Judge. I think this is going to confuse the jury. Yeah. I mean, had you not stipulated, then yeah, you could have gone all over the place with that. But you were agreeing that there was no issue with the chain of custody. Now you're questioning the chain of custody. Well, I'm questioning the investigation is what we're questioning. I know what you're doing. You're questioning the chain of custody on this specific exhibit that you'd stipulated to. That's my issue. Over our objection. Could the iPad associated with the same iCloud account have pulled the location of Memorial Park from the map exhibit? Wow, MR. I don't know if he can answer that. I don't know if did he look at the iPad? I think he did. He extracted it, but team is the one that looked at it. Yeah. Okay. You can do it if you know. That's fine. Was there software in September-October 2017 that could take the Method 3 Knowledge C export to disseminate into a readable, usable, extracted report? Software person there. Yeah, I'm fine with that question. I don't even know what that means. Are you okay with that? Yeah, as of 2/15/17, were you aware of any deleted photos or videos? That's a good one. We're good with that. Do Snapchat photos save to the person's phone? He probably can't answer that, but I'm okay with it. If he knows. If you know? Yeah, I'm okay with that. In 2017, were there capabilities to filter or remove people from photos? I'm okay with the question, Judge, but I don't know. I mean, it's not relevant, no at all. So no, I think that I can see where someone could be trying to go there. We're not going to have any experts, but I do think that testify that you can do that. You're not going to have any experts testify to do that. But if we ask it and he says, I don't know, it could confuse the jury is my concern. We're not going to have anybody that testifies. No, that's that he could remove. Okay. Yeah, no, that's fine. They're in rabbit holes. Yeah. Was the report from October 2017 from ISP or Homeland Security? I'm okay. This report here? I assume. I'm okay with the question. Is that the report? Yeah, if we can clarify that it's the report. Well, that's not the report. Is that in Defendant's M? Okay. Was the Knowledge She database, but they do talk about it, produced by the Homeland Security? Was the Knowledge She? Was the Knowledge She database produced by Homeland Security? If he knows. I'm fine with the question. I'm surprised that, well, okay, 3 more. What information is on the Knowledge She database? That's a good one. What was the February 13th time when the longitude and latitude was taken on the picture of LG on the bridge? Yeah. They mean video, maybe? I assume they mean video instead of picture. Well, no, because that was her picture, so they're talking about her picture. Yeah. From Snapchat? Okay. Is there a transcript of what was said in the video shown? He's not going to know that. There's not. Okay, but he's not going to know that. No. And that's part of that motion in Lamine that we need to discuss at some point. Yeah, we need to talk about that. I'm glad you said that. We'll talk about it later. Okay. And then we'll break. Sidebar conference concluded. Lieutenant, what was the February 13th time when the longitude and latitude was taken on the picture of LG and AW's location? February 13th, 2017, at 2:30 p.m. Any follow-up, Mr. McClelland? No, Your Honor. Miss Auger? No. What information is on the Knowledge C database? From my understanding, the Knowledge C database is something that essentially Apple tracks a lot of data and says it's not there. But in law enforcement, we were able to figure out, or Celebrite and some other providers were able to figure out that this database existed and the database consists of some of your health data, GPS coordinates, recent location, frequent locations, how many steps that you've ran or walked, all kinds of data, elevation data, all kinds of data that the phone uses to help the user experience, if you will. But that's a limited amount. There's so much data there that we've been able to, the power logs, the screen on, screen off, a second-by-second activity of what is happening on that phone. Mr. McClelland, did you know that data existed on February 15th of 2017? No, we did not know anything about. We didn't know the name of Knowledge C database, or even that database existed at that point. Do you know when you found out that data existed? It was probably around 2018 or 2019, just guessing. And when MS Auger asked you about information that's lost when the phone is turned on and off, is it information within that Knowledge C information that is lost? Possibly yes. Okay. Can other information outside the Knowledge C information be lost? Possibly yes. What about pictures and videos and text messages? Can those things be lost? If they're deleted, yes. Bad question. Can they be lost by turning the phone on and off? No. Okay. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Nogger? Was the report from October 2017 from Indiana State Police or Homeland Security? So it was from Indiana State Police. We talked about, the extractions. So the extraction is what Homeland Security or U.S. Customs, either way you look at it, that's what they did. They gave me the extraction. I took the extractions 1, 2, and 3, put it in my Celebrite program. It's called Physical Analyzer. Put it all together, and then spit out one report that has all the data in it. Mr. McClelland, I don't have any questions, Judge. No. Was the Knowledge She database produced by Homeland Security? I believe so, yes. Now that we know that it exists, that we believe that was in the Method 3 extraction, but we did not know that existed at the time in 2017. Clarifying question. So you believed it was in the Method 3 extraction, but you didn't know that it existed within that extraction? Correct. And neither did Celebrite, because they did not parse or pull that information out in 2017. Objection, Your Honor, as to what Celebrite may or may not have known. Overruled. When you put the extraction data into Celebrite, it spit out a report. Correct? Correct. And I'm talking about October of 2017, I want to be clear. Yes. Once you got the Method 3 back, you put the Method 1, 2, and 3 in Celebrite and it spit out a report. Was there information within that report notifying you that Knowledge C information existed? No. Because Celebrite didn't track that information? No. Okay, so it may have been in the extraction, but it didn't produce any information, didn't make you aware of that in the Celebrite report. Correct. Okay. Clarifying question. When you say we, who do you mean? Do you mean the Cybercrimes Unit? Do you mean you? Who do you mean when you say we? You said, we didn't know that Knowledge C existed. Who are you talking about? Myself included, but also the digital forensic community nationwide, worldwide. We didn't know that that database existed, because that was the Knowledge C database? Yes. Okay, no other questions, Judge. Thank you. Miss Auger? Lieutenant Bunner, just because you didn't know it existed doesn't mean it didn't exist, right? That's correct. You knew it was there, you just didn't know about it. We didn't know it was there. And we can use that information now, correct? Possibly, yes. Thank you. As of February 15th, 2017, were you aware of any deleted photos or videos? No, I was not. No questions, Judge. Thank you. No. If you know, do Snapchat photos save to a person's phone? I would have to dive deeper into that. My understanding is it possibly may save that in the Snapchat database, but I'd have to do further research. No questions, Judge. Miss Auger? No. If you know, could the iPad associated with the same iCloud account have pulled the location of Memorial Park in the map exhibit? I did examine the iPad associated with LG. It did have the same iTunes username and Apple ID, but it would not have miscued the location for where that video was taken. That stamped out location was it came from the phone. Mr. McClelland, could you have used the iPad to find the location of the phone, if you know? If it was synced up with the Find My iPhone feature, possibly yes. Do you know if it was or not? I do not off the top of my head, no. Okay. I don't have any other questions. Miss Auger? No. Was there software in September and October of 2017 that could take the Method 3 Knowledge C export to disseminate into a readable, usable, extracted report? Just a regular report? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? Was there software in September, October of 2017 that could take the Method 3 Knowledge C export to disseminate it into a readable, usable, extracted report? No. You asked specifically about the Knowledge C database. At that point, we didn't know it existed, and Celebrite or any other forensic tools that we had did not parse that database into the fall of September, October 2017. Mr. McClelland? So, Lieutenant Bunner, the way I understand the question is, there's nothing, no tool that you had that would take that Knowledge C information and produce it into a report where you could read that would tell you what that information is or read what that information is? No. Sustained. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Okay. Miss Auger? No. Did you ever document or take a photograph of the lock screen before the phone was unlocked to show notifications on the phone since it was last accessed? I don't believe I did. I try to do that, but I don't remember if I did that for this case or not. Mr. McClelland? No questions, Judge. Miss Auger? No questions. All right. Thank you, Lieutenant. You may step down. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and break for lunch. While you are outside of the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but please only do that if all 16 of you present in the jury room at the same time, and then please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise. Let's resume at 2 o'clock, please. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 2 p.m. We're back on the record. Are you guys ready? The state ready? Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Okay. Bring in our jury, please. All rise, jury in at 2 p.m. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope your lunch was satisfactory. We are ready to continue. Mr. McClelland, you may call your next witness. Your Honor, I'm sorry, can we publish our Exhibit M from the last witness? Yes, you may. Thank you. Judge, while she's doing that, is it okay? Do you want me to go ahead and call my next witness? Judge, the state would call Jeremy Chapman, please. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. State your name for the record, please. It's Jeremy Graham Chapman, and I've done a poor job of this in the past. Will you spell your last name for the record, please? Chapman. Are you currently employed? I am. How are you employed? With the Indiana State Police as a system administrator, Civin. How long have you been employed with the Indiana State Police? For over 30 years. Could you just sit back just a little bit? That's great for the mic, but you're... Okay? We're getting a little reverb. Okay? That's even better. Thank you, sir. So the microphone, as the court said, it amplifies out to the crowd, but not for us, but they need to have an accurate recording. So if you just sit back, I think she'll be able to pick you up. If she can't, she'll let you know. Fair enough? Yes, sir. All right. I forget where I left off. Been employed with the Indiana State Police. How long you been employed with them? Over 30 years. And to be a trooper or involved with the Indiana State Police, did you go through specialized education or training? Yes. Can you tell me about that? Well, I went to the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy in 1994 and then subsequently proceeded my career throughout the state police. I'm a retired state police officer now, and I have been for 3 years. But before that, when I retired, I was sworn. I was with the sworn side. And before your retirement, in the Indiana State Police, what was your role? Specifically, it was forensic examiner, and I had a dual role of an audio-visual technician as well. And did you have to go through specialized education and training to fulfill that role? Yes, I did. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 208. Can you just identify what this is? That's my curriculum vitae, my CV. I want you to look at this one, please, first. Yes. All right. And is that an accurate, I guess, snapshot of the various training, education, things you've gone through throughout your career? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would admit or move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 208. No objection? All right. Without objection, 208 is admitted. And Judge, the state would ask permission to publish that to the jury, please. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Chapman, your role in the Indiana State Police or the duties you were assigned with before you retired, can you give me the title of that role again? Audio-visual technician. How long were you in that role? That role became several years after I was a forensic examiner, so 2006 till I retired in 21. And prior to 2006 is when you were a forensic examiner. I was a forensic examiner from 2006 to the present, about 2000. It's in my CV, 2014 and 15. I got additional training to be the audio-visual technician. Tell me about that role as an audiovisual technician. What were your duties in that role? That would be to work with evidence and enhance audio, or in most cases, video or images. And did you have go through specialized training and education to complete that function or that role? Yes, sir. And was that here? I'm sorry, did you go through updates and training here? Yes, sir. Okay, and what kind of equipment and or programs did you use to complete your role as a video audio technician? Well, there's several different ones that we would use over the course of my career, but the main one would be AMPed or Axon 5, which is a video forensic suite that helps work with the video and make images or video better. And so as an audio and visual technician, what are your capabilities? When you receive a video or a picture, what kind of capabilities do you have to work with that kind of material? So the basic role of an audio-visual technician will be to take the media and make it presentable and clear for the trier of fact. And you use those programs you talked about? I think you said AMPed. You use those programs to do that? Yes, sir. And so within those programs and within the equipment you have, are you able to make pictures and videos, I want to say clearer or crisper? Yes. A good analogy that we like to use in the industry, if all the data is in there in a picture or video, and my goal is to turn a light on or brighten it up so you can see all the data that is in there. So just make things a little more articulate and clear to the juror. Does that include the audio that goes along within the video that you get? It did. But the audio's different software and different techniques. To what kind of software and techniques do you use with the audio? The audio would be Adobe Suite, would be Audition, with the help of some plugins from Cardinal Mini Labs, which is they create filters specifically to make things sound better. And when you make things sound better, you said you use filters. Yes. What is the goal of using that filter? What are you trying to accomplish? Well, it might be to eliminate some kind of background noise or, a fan noise, or just pull a siren from a police car out so you can hear without the siren. There's multiple different reasons for filters, and there's multiple different filters to apply to get an end result. I want to take you back to 2017. In 2017, what position were you in? What was your position within the Indiana State Police? I was sergeant with the Indiana State Police doing the dual role of a forensic examiner and an audio-visual technician. So on top of what you testified about being an audio-visual technician, you were also doing forensic extractions. Yes, sir. And what kind of items were you doing? Were you doing forensic extractions of phones? Yes. What other kind of items? Computers, laptops, iPads, thumb drives, hard drives, anything digital where the data can be stored. And how did you get involved with the investigation into the murder of AW and LG? I was sent a video recovered by one of our forensic specialists. Do you know who sent you the video? I think it's Lieutenant Brian Bunner now. I think he was sergeant back then. And what was the video of? It was a video of two girls and guy walking on a bridge. I'm going to show you what's been marked, or a railroad track. Or a railroad track. Railroad bridge. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 200, and I'm going to play this video for you, and I want you to observe the video, please. Is that the video that you received from Lieutenant Bunner? Yes, sir. And does that accurately represent the format that it came to, or that you got it in? Yes, sir. Once you got that video, what did you do? I insert that video, I import it into the AMPed 5 software, and I use the AMPed 5 software to break it down frame by frame and look for candidates for enhancement. What makes a good candidate for enhancement? A lot of pixels and a lot of detail. And are you able to tell through the programs that you use which frames have a lot of pixel and a lot of detail? Yes, sir. Okay. Did you put this video through that program? I did. Tell me what you did next. I specifically drove to let the video play toward the end where we tried to get a visual of the suspect's face and try to identify, or the person in the blue coat's face, and try to identify or get a working picture of what that gentleman may look like. And I know this may be elementary, but the person you're referring to is the male at the end of the video? Yes, sir. Is that who you're talking about? Yes, sir. Okay, and so specifically what did you do? I looked for frame candidates that would provide me with enough information to try and get a good image of that person. And did you find frame candidates? I found 3 that were decent candidates for assistance in the investigation. And can you tell me about what you were able to find through putting those candidates through the program? Well, once I identified a potential candidate, I went on to try and enhance those images because they stop becoming a video and become a picture, essentially. And then you work with that picture to try to get some enhancement to get a better idea of who that may be, or better, detail about that person in question. And in this case, how many pictures were you able to get that you had an opportunity to enhance? Well, there were hundreds in there, but these 3 that I will present are the best of them. The others would be fuzzy and littered with artifacts and not really workable images. And did you enhance those photos? I did. And after you did this, did you draft a report about what you did? I did. And would it assist you in looking at that report to help you testify about what enhancements you were able to make to those photos? Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 209-209. Can you identify this for the record, please? Yes, that's my report for this case. And can you tell me the date your report was made? February 16th of 17. Is that the date that you received the video from Lieutenant Bunner? I don't believe so. I just did the day I wrapped up my investigation on the case. Was this report done close in time to when you made the enhancements to the video? Yes. And this report, would it assist you in testifying as to what you did to enhance the video? Yes. Judge, the state would ask the court to allow the witness to review the report to assist in his testimony.
So, Ms.
Chapman, your report consists of photos as well. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And so I want to go through your report. Can you talk about which photos within your report you were able to enhance? So there are 3, and they are the 370 would be the first one, and that's a frame number of all the frames. So we got all the way to 300, and then 347 would be the second one, and then 343 would be the third one. These all presented a decent candidate for enhancement, and all 3 of those frames are within your report. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And within your report, you also talk about what you did to enhance those 3 frames. Yes, sir. Is that true? Yes, sir. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 209. Your Honor, I don't necessarily object to the photos contained in the report, but to the admission of the entire report, I think it would be cumulative of his testimony, unduly suggestive. Yeah, at this point there hasn't been a foundation for it either. What foundation are you asking for? He's testified it's his report. Pardon? He's testified it's his report. What foundation are you asking for? I'm sorry? Well, Your Honor, there are all types of... there are references to scientific articles, there's references to what he's done, different tools that he's used, and while it might be helpful to his testimony, I don't know that the report itself would be admissible. Any response, Mr. McClellan? Judge, I think the report is admissible, and I think it'll assist the jury, at the very minimum, at least the 5 pages with the pictures the defense is not objecting to. And so at the very minimum, ask the court to admit those 5 pictures that can assist the jury to look at those pictures that he's going to testify about that he enhanced. We don't have any objection to the first 5 pages. All right. So you're not objecting to those, so I'll show that is admitted without objection as it relates to the pictures that are contained therein. And Judge, I would ask to publish it to the jury. I'd like to have them follow along. The problem is I'm going to have to tear off the back page, so it may take me a second here. And Judge, I'd ask permission to publish those to the jury. You may proceed, Mr. McClelland. Thank you, Judge. Mr. Chapman, I want to start on page 2 of your report, at the bottom of page 2 on frame 370. Is that the first image or the first frame that you were able to capture and enhance? Yes, sir. And tell me what you did to enhance that. Can I refer to page 6 and throughout on my report? I have it. That's a good point. The judge did allow you to do that, so let me give you the rest of the report back. Okay. Starting with, okay, have you had an opportunity to review your report? Yes, sir. And does that help refresh your recollection of what you did to enhance frame 370? Yes, sir. And so can you tell the jury now what you did to enhance that frame? So basically this is pulling the video back into the AMP5 software, and it starts basically with the video loader, so it loads the video in. Then the next thing I did was rotate the image to the correct perspective. Then I cropped the region of this image, resized the image, used an optical deblurring to try and get rid of any of the artifacts that were blocking, adjusted the levels, which is a Photoshop term of bringing the lights up and down to try and increasing the contrast and colors to try and make it as pure as desirable as possible. And then, and then the deblocking. This is where, when video tends to jump up in frames, or they use a lot of compression, and it causes the blocking to happen. This item reduces some of that blocking. And then the unchart masking is basically sharpening, adding detail to the edges of pixels to make a picture better. After you did all of that, what was the finished product? It would have been what you see it would be the second 370, which was on page 3. On page 3 of your report, the photograph labeled unchart masking frame 370. Yes. That's the end product? Yes. And that is the product that you got after you ran it through those various programs or various techniques that you used? Yes, sir. Okay, what is the next image that you attempted to enhance? The next one was 347. Is that on the top of page 4 of your report? Yes, sir. And what did you do to enhance that photo or that frame? Again, I loaded the video, I made the rotation, I cropped it down to that specific part of the picture, resized it, adjusted the levels and the sharpening. And where is the finished product that you came up with after you did all those steps? Beneath the first one. Beneath the first one, it's okay? On the bottom of page 4, correct? Yep, yes, sir. Okay, what is the next frame that you enhanced? It would be 343. And is that on page 5 of your report? Yes, sir. And is that the smaller image at the top of that page? Yes. What did you do to enhance that image? That one again, I loaded the video, rotated it, cropped it, resized it, adjusted the levels, and applied a little bit of optical deblurring. What is optical deblurring? That is basically setting the focal point to try to bringing the focus that's not in focus. So you're changing the focal point in a way to make other things sharp. It's not always, it does the best it can. Once something's blurry, it's blurry. So what finished product did you get from as a result of those techniques? It'd be the one directly under it as well. The one labeled optical deblurring frame 343. Yes, sir? And that's at the bottom of page? Well, the middle of the bottom of page 5 of your report. Yes, correct? Yes, sir. Were you able to, or did you enhance any of the frames from that video? No. Did you attempt to enhance the audio? Just a specific portion of the audio. What specific portion? The last portion of that video where the male voice says down the hill? Or where the male voice says something? So there's a male voice at the end of the video and you tried to enhance that audio? Yes. Okay. Judge, can we approach? Yes. Our conference conducted. I was trying to not let him get into that, but they filed a motion in limine in part, I think, on the loop of the audio as to what was said on the loop, so I wanted to address that. I do have an exhibit I'd like to play for him, Down the Hill. It's looped 4 times, and I just didn't want to go into the question. I was hoping he wasn't going to say that until we have a chance to talk about it and get your thoughts on it. Go ahead. I just think it's, this is me saying that you can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once you hear something over and over, it becomes unduly suggestive. I don't have a problem with them playing the enhancement once. Okay, I don't disagree. I think the loop is excessive. Okay, I don't have that alone. So I'm going to have to, I don't have it. What about him testifying as to what he believes he hears? I think that is due. He may not. I mean, what the girls say is it's hard to understand, and it becomes very suggestive once someone, claims with all of this he's using and now he's no expert in listening. And to suggest what these words are, that's prejudicial. Plus, it is leading, potentially. There's no case on point in Indiana, but no, there's not. I've looked and looked and looked. The closest case I could find was from Florida, from 2023 actually, and they talk a lot about it. The state's belief is it comes in under his opinion as a skilled witness, and that's what they kind of said in the case in Florida. It's not binding, but that's what I could find. It comes in under the 701-702, that he is a skilled witness, he's listened to it, he's enhanced it, he can testify as to what he believes he hears. And I don't have a problem with that, but I do have a problem with the loop. I won't play the loop, but I'll just have him testify about it. It goes to, because I don't have down the hill once it's a loop. I don't know how. I would have to work a little bit to separate that out. I don't think he may be a skilled witness in terms of enhancement, but he's not a skilled witness in terms of hearing or linguistics or on listening. I mean, what those sounds are on the video, that's up to the jury to decide. That's not for him to say. Well, I think what your objection there goes to the weight that they're going to give to that, because they're going to hear it too. Yeah, and they can decide what it says, but for him to suggest what it says. But I think he can, based on his expertise as a skilled witness, testify what he believes it says. And you are free to argue that that's not what you hear, but I don't want it on the loop, 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 loop. I'm not going to play the loop. I'm just going to have him testify. Okay, and then you can, I don't have it singled out. Well, then you can modify your exhibit in that fashion. You guys have it, but he's not the one that singled it out. You see what I'm saying? So I'd have to play it and stop I could try to play it and stop it. We have it on our computer if you want to. If you're willing just to play, he didn't create that one-time play. It is what it is. I don't care. Okay, then I can do that. Okay? See how easy and helpful I am? I made copies for you. You did. Yeah, sidebar conference concluded. Your Honor, may I ask a preliminary question? I'm sorry? Before the audio exhibit. Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Chapman, do you have any specialized background or expertise in linguistics? No. Do you have any specialized background, training, skills in listening, other than through the filters and the audio, but not as far as his speech goes? Okay. And do you have any specialized skills, training, education in hearing? No. Your Honor, I would just renew my objections. Noted. Thank you. Okay, Judge, thank you. Mr. Chapman, the audio enhancement that you were talking about the audio enhancement that you did from the video. Is that correct? Yes, sir. And I believe you testified you focused on the male voice at the end of the video. Yes. And were you able to pull out or enhance the audio from that? I attempted to lay a couple filters on it to try to improve the quality of that audio. And were you able to do that? I did that. Okay, Judge, the state's going to move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 207. The state's going to move to admit State's Exhibit 207. Any objection other than that which we've already discussed? No, I'll show 207 admitted over objection. Judge, I'd ask the court permission to play that now. You may. And was that the audio that you enhanced from the video? Yes, sir. That's the male voice that you pulled out of the video to enhance? Yes. And how many times did you observe the video during your enhancement of the photos? Let's go back. How many times did you view the video when you enhanced the photos? Dozen or so times, I would say. Did you continue to view the video as you enhanced the audio? No. When you were able to, did you pull the audio out of the video? Yes. And did you listen to that? Yes. And did you listen to that as you tried to enhance the different aspects of that audio? Yes, that specific portion. And as you've listened to that specific portion, what do you believe the male is saying? Your Honor, I would just ask that any testimony that Mr. Chapman gives about what he believes the words to be, you can't put toothpaste back in the tube, occurs after the jury hears this. Otherwise, it is unduly suggestive. I'm sorry, they've heard that now. It's already played. I'm sorry, I apologize. Okay, well, my opinion is he says, down the hill. That's my opinion. I don't have any other questions. Judge, Miss Auger. Mr. Chapman, on if you could pull up your report, sir. Is it 209? Now, so you put the video in the software and it does its magic, if you will? Yes. In simplified, non-scientific, it does the work. Yeah, I just tell it where to go. Okay? And so when I look at the picture on the bottom of page 2 and the picture on the bottom of page 3, page 2 is the, if you will, unenhanced frame. Is that correct? They're right next to each other. The unenhanced and then the enhanced is right next to it. 2 and 3? 2 and page 3, yes. Okay, and so page 2 is the unenhanced image? Yes. Page 3 is the enhanced image? Yes. Okay, and page 3 is a little different than page 2? Yes. Okay, because you changed it? Yes. So that's no longer the original image? Correct. And the software does some, I think I probably can't even pronounce this word. Interpolation? Interpolation, yes, interpolation. See, I told you. Yeah, thank you, interpolation. And interpolation is a method that uses known values to estimate some unknowns? Yes. Okay, and it could be a method of constructing new data points based on a range of discrete, of unknown data points? Right. So we're kind of doing the best we can, but maybe it's, what's your question? I'm sorry. In terms of what the software does to change that image. Yeah, the software gives me a few different choices to choose the interpolation for that, for the resizing. You're specifically talking about resizing the picture. Okay, because that's where you would use the interpolation. All right, and it says unchart masking. Unchart masking would be the sharpening tool, basically. Okay, in the 3 frames that you've enhanced, basically at the end of the day, they're changed? Yes? You took some sounds out? Of the the audio? I have nothing further. Thank you. Mr. McClelland? I don't have any other questions. Judge, thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Chapman? No response or indication from any juror. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chapman. You may step down, okay? You may call your next witness. The state would call Rayleigh Voorhees Garrison. Calling Rayleigh Voorhees Garrison home. She's in my phone, sorry, witness sworn. Miss Garrison, would you state your full name? Rayleigh Ann Voorhees. Could you spell your name for me, please? My first name? All, your whole name. R-A-I-L-L-Y, Ann, A-N-N, and Voorhees, V-O-O-R-H-I-E-S. Yeah, you're really going to have to speak up nice and loud. Okay. Yeah, that microphone will not amplify. Okay. In 2017, did you live in Delphi, Indiana? Yes, I did. And were you a student at Delphi High School? Yes. Do you recall how old you were and what grade you were in? 16, sophomore year, 10th grade. Okay, did you know AW&L? G? I knew of them, but I did not know them personally. And as a high school student in 2017, did you have a cell phone? Yes, I did. And did you use social media? Yes. What kind of social media applications did you use to maybe keep in touch with your friends at school? Snapchat, Instagram, and Facebook. And were either AW or LG in your friend group of your applications? I do believe I had them as friends on social media. Do you remember Monday, February 13th of 2017? Yes. Do you recall that it was a day when there was no school? Yes. Do you recall what you did on that day? I took a walk on the High Bridge trail to go take pictures with my camera. And is that something that you did often? Yes. Okay. Would you tell the jury about how often you would go to the High Bridge and what you would do when you were there? Yes. I would go at least 2 or 3 times a week, sometimes every day, and sometimes I'd go twice a day. I'd usually just go to take pictures or sometimes just to take a walk when it was nice out. That's about it. Would you go alone? With friends? What was your habit? I went by myself pretty often, but sometimes I would bring friends or a sibling with me if someone wanted to tag along. And so what did you do on Monday, February 13th of 2017? I was at my dad's house and I wanted to go take pictures. And my sister who lived there with me wanted to go with, so I left with her to walk towards the bridge. And you have to walk all the way through town. And I passed my friend Bree Wilbur's house, so I asked her if she wanted to come too. And then farther along the path to the bridge, I stopped at my mom's house and brought my other sister with me as well. So then the 4 of us took the trail up to the High Bridge. Okay, you mentioned taking a sister with you from your dad's house. And what sister would that be? Isabel Voorhees. And what was Isabel's age in relationship to you? Younger, older, younger. She was maybe 12, and she's my half-sister. Okay? And then you say you stopped at Bree Wilbur's house? Yes. And how do you spell Bree Wilbur if you could for the court reporter? B-R-E-A-N, Brianne Wilbur, W-I-L-B-E-R. Thank you. And so did she live along the path that you would take to go to the High Bridge? Yeah, you would walk past her house to get to the road to take the trail. Yes. And did she go with you that day? She did. Was Bree Wilbur in your grade? Yes. So she would be of similar age? Yes. Did you and Bree Wilbur go to the High Bridge often? She went with me a few times. I wouldn't say often, but we had gone together before. So she did not go maybe as often as you would? No, I wouldn't say so. And then you said you stopped at your mother's house. Was her house also along the path? Yeah. And you picked up another sister? Yes, Anna. And was Anna of similar age, or what would be? She would have been about 13 or 12 or 13 as well. Okay, so maybe you could show us on the map your path. Would that be permissible? Yes. To have her come down? Can everyone see the map? You should be able to. I'll give you a second to take a look at, okay? Does this map look familiar to you? Do you see where town is? Yes. Okay. And then do you see Highway 25? Yes. Here's 25. Okay, you need to talk. You need to speak up. These folks cannot hear you. Sorry. So this is Freedom Bridge, right? So my mom's house would be over here somewhere, okay? You don't have to find her house. Okay, so then if you follow here, you come up right here on this trail. Okay, and then cross Freedom Bridge, then follow through down here until you get to the Nature Preserve Trail. Is that where we're at? Sorry, I can't really read a map. That's okay. So I'll make this a little closer. Put this down. Okay, can you see where the High Bridge is? Is it right here? That's up to you. Does that look like the High Bridge to you? I think so. Okay, so you would come from town? Yes. Across Freedom Bridge and follow the trail? Yes. And go to the High Bridge? Yes. Did you go to the end of the High Bridge? That day, I did not go all the way down to the opposite end. I think the farthest I went was the first platform. Okay? All right, you can have a seat. Thank you. So that particular day, you had 3 other people with you? And that was a yes? Yes. Sorry. Okay. That's all right. And you walked to the High Bridge? Yes. Correct? Yes. Okay. When you get to the High Bridge, do you go out onto the old railroad trestle portion? Yes. And how far do you go? Probably out. Only out to the first platform. Okay. And do all of you go? I don't believe either of my sisters went all the way. I don't believe either of my sisters went onto the bridge, and I don't think that Bree went any farther than a couple planks. And what time of day did you make this walk to the High Bridge? I believe I left home around 11:30, so I probably got to the bridge around 12. Okay, so you're at the High Bridge. What do you do besides walking to the platform? I went on the platform to take pictures, and then I came back off of it, and I went down underneath the bridge to take pictures down by the water. Okay. What camera were you using to take these photographs? Nikon picture. A Nikon camera? I think it's a D500. So not your phone? No. An actual camera. When you get to the High Bridge, you go out onto the platform. You said you come back, and you said you go down off the side. If you're looking at the High Bridge and you're on the walking trail, which side do you go down? The right side. Okay. Is there a path on the right side? No. And so how do you decide how you're going to navigate down the hill? There's an area where there's less brush and trees, and as if someone else has walked down it. You can kind of see that it's walkable. It's not an easy walk, it's a little bit steep, but you're capable of walking down if you're careful. Did the whole group of you go down the hill? Yes. And when you went down the right-hand side, at the beginning of the bridge, do you go all the way down to the water? Yes. What do you do while you're down there? Just took some pictures of the water and like nature behind the area, just the woods, wood and rocks and stuff, okay? And then where do you go from there? We went back up the same way we came down, and then we started to walk back towards Freedom Bridge to go home. Now, when you leave that day to go to the Freedom Bridge, do you remember what the weather was like that day? It was a nicer day, it was sunny, it was 47 degrees. We were wearing light jackets, it was a nicer day. That's why we decided to take the walk. And some people might say, Well, why does she know it was 47 degrees back on that particular day? Can you explain why you know that? My dad was worried about me being too cold without a jacket on, so my stepmom checked the temperature at the time before I left home. So after you take your pictures down by the water and you're back up at the trail, did you see anyone on the high bridge while you were there? No, I did not. And when you turned to walk back, are you walking back toward home? Toward town? Yes. Do you see anyone on your way back to town? Yes. When I was almost back to Freedom Bridge, a man walked by, walking towards the bridge, and I said hi to him. Was he the first person you saw? On the way out, yes. But I had seen another person walking their dog when I myself was walking towards Freedom Bridge, or High Bridge, I'm sorry. So you saw a person walking a dog on your way to High Bridge. High Bridge? Yes. And then you saw someone on your way back to Freedom Bridge? Yes. Okay, now, was it unusual to see people, or was it usually pretty quiet out at the trail? I don't know what you observed. I don't think that there were often people. On nicer days, I would see people walking their dogs or jogging occasionally, but not super often. Did you recognize the person that was walking a dog? I did not. Did you recognize this person that you saw when you almost got to Freedom Bridge? I did not. Did you have a particular time that you needed to be home that day? Yes. I had to be home at 2:30 because my sister was with me. Was there anything noteworthy about this person that you saw on the way out? I remember that I waved at him and said hi, and he did not say hi back, and he kind of glared at me a little bit and did not seem to be a happy person. Now, after you go home that day, do you learn at some point that LG and AW had gone to the Monon High Bridge trail? Yes, I found out at cheer practice later that day. And did you also learn that they were missing that evening? Yes. Do you remember how you learned that? Bree told me at practice. And did you have any thoughts about the fact that they were missing from the High Bridge when you had been there? I thought it could perhaps have something to do with the man that we saw walking in, because he didn't. He seemed grumpy at the time. Okay? And was kind of unsettling. Did you or the other girls with you have any conversation about this particular man as you were walking out of the trail? I just told them that he seemed to be unhappy. They didn't notice him particularly, so they didn't have a lot to say in response. After you go home and you find out that LG and AW are missing, are you then asked to give a statement about the person that you saw on the bridge? Yes. Do you believe you did that rather soon after that particular day? I believe it was the next day at school. I'm sorry, it would be the following. Not the day after. The day after they were found, I believe, Tuesday or Wednesday, sorry. And I'm going to backtrack a second. You have your Nikon camera? Do you take any pictures with any other device that particular day? On our phones for social media. Okay, did you use other people's phone besides your own? I think Bree and I both took photos on phones, maybe with each other's phones of each other. Okay? And you said for social media. Can you explain what that would be for? Like if you open the Snapchat and take a picture, it has the option to immediately post it on your story, so directly to a platform, not just to be in a camera roll. And so did you do that for your own social media? Yes. And did you take any pictures with someone else's phone for their social media? Yeah, I took a picture of Bree on the bridge for her to post with her phone. Did you have any communication with LG or AW during the time you were on the High Bridge? I did not. So at some point then, are you asked by law enforcement to give a description of the person that you saw? Yes. And what were you able to tell them? That they were overdressed for the weather, in my opinion. They were wearing darker clothes, they had their face covered and a hood on with a hat also. Was it a male or a female, if you knew, man? Was that person Caucasian or of another ethnicity? From what I could tell, a Caucasian. And why did you draw the conclusion that he was Caucasian? White skin, not dark, just regular white skin. Were you able to see the man's full face? No. He had something up over his nose and mouth, like a running mask of sorts. And so motioning on your own face, how far up did that mask come? Like around the nose. Not up under the eyes, but above the nose. Over the tip of the nose? Yeah. And you said it was a hat as well as a hood? Yes. You darker clothes. Did you notice anything more than just the fact that they were dark in color? Not particularly, just that it was overdressed for the nicer weather when we were only wearing jackets and they had on a, heavier coat and a hood and a hat. Okay? What about hands? Did you see the person's hands? I believe that his hands were in his pockets at the time that we passed him. So then after LG and AW's bodies are found, do you hear about that the same day that they're found? Yes. And in the days that follow, there was information released that had a still image of a person, a male, on the High Bridge, and he became known as the Bridge Guy. Do you know who I'm speaking of? Yes. The photo image? Yes. Not who, but the photo image? Yes. May I approach the witness, Judge? You may. Ms. Voorhees, I need to show this to you for identification, so I can tell you it's marked as State's Exhibit 210. Do you recognize this image? Yes, I do. Do you recognize it as an image referred to as Bridge Guy? Judge, the state would move to admit Exhibit 210 and publish to the jury. It's probably already been admitted. Is it one in Chapman's report? MS. It may be a larger image of that. I can't tell you that for sure. No objection. All right. Without objection, 210 is admitted. Rayleigh, do you remember how you first saw this particular image, Exhibit 210? I believe that I saw it on Facebook for the first time. When you saw this image, did you find it to be familiar to you? Yes. And in what way was it familiar? When I saw the image, I realized that was the man that I had waved at on the trail. That did not respond? That did not respond. I'll pass the witness. Miss Auger. Thank you, sorry. Now, Miss Voorhees, I'm sorry, Garrison. No, it is Voorhees. I have not legally changed it yet. Oh, okay. Miss Voorhees, you were off of school on February 13th, 2017, right? Yes. But you still had cheer practice? Yes. I believe it was a make-up snow day. So we didn't have a snow day, so we didn't have to go to school, but cheer practice was still scheduled for the day. Okay, and you had to be home by 2:30, right? Correct? All right, and you had a little bit of practice in this travel from let's do this. Would you mind stepping down for a moment? Okay. And Ms. Voorhees, can you kind of stand over there so that the jury on the end of the TV so the jury can see, and can you point to where you were traveling to go home? I believe this map does not cover the part of town my dad lives in. My mom's house, though, would be, I believe, this one. Okay. And can you stand over to the side a little bit so everyone can see you point? That one? And then you had to be home at 2:30 to your dad's, right? Right. So that's even farther west? North, south, east? Yes. Yeah, I'm kind of challenged too. All right, and so this is the Freedom Bridge, and the trail connects in this little circular spot here, right? Was that there in 2017? It was. All right, and can you point to us where you were when you saw the man you thought was the man from the video? In this area. Over there, closer to the end, but still in the trees. Close to the end and still in the trees? Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, you got a Breeze on your way home. You got a Breeze house about 2:20? That sounds accurate, yes. All right. And you said that you probably got to the opening about 2:15? That sounds accurate, yes. And do you remember giving a statement to Steve Mullen on February 15th, 2017? Was it at the school? Yes. Okay. And when you told Mr. Mullen where you were when you saw Bridge Guy in 2015, right? I believe so. 2017, yes, I believe so. And do you recall telling him you were leaving the Monon High Bridge trail, which is a few yards from the Freedom Bridge? I believe I said that, okay? And so just a few yards to you means how many yards? I will say that I don't know that was the most accurate word to use. I think that I probably just didn't have a great grasp on how to convey the distance, okay? And that you saw the man you believed, the Bridge Guy, about here at 2:15, is that right? Yes. Okay? And that is 2 minutes after 2:13, right? Yes. Okay. And Mr. Mullen had you draw a map when he spoke to you on February 15th. Do you recall that? Yes, I recall. And you put a time down that you saw the man on the bridge? Yes. Okay. Have you seen that since then? Yes. I think every time I've spoken to the police department following, I've seen the map. Okay. Now the man you saw was in all black, right? I had said all black, but then when I saw the picture, I did recognize the man in the photo as the man that I saw. I think that the unhappy demeanor rayed as dark clothing to me. Well, You told Steve Mullen that he was in all black, yes, and you even said black jeans, yes. Black hoodie, yes. Black boots, yes. And black mask, yes. And his face was partially covered by a black cloth? Correct. Above? Somewhere above the nose? Yes. Okay, and he had on a hat? Yes, yes. Sorry, his hands were in his pocket? Yes. So this area is what you were able to see? Yes. So somewhere mid-nose to just a little above the eyebrows? Yes. Maybe a little farther up on the forehead, but not by, that would be more accurate, I'd say. Right here? Yes. I have no idea where I'm pointing to. That seems more accurate. Okay. Now, you also described the man that you saw in his early 20s or 30s, correct? I believe I said that, yes. Okay. And he had a bigger build, or at least it seemed to be, because he was wearing heavier clothing. Well, you said bigger build, you recall that? Yes. Do you believe he had a bigger build? Yes. Muscular? I don't know that I would say muscular, just larger. Okay. Do you recall giving a statement on February 17th? At my, yes, I believe. Is it Anna or Anna Lee? It's Anna Lee, okay? And you gave a statement on February 17th, and you were with Anna Lee and yourself and Holly Spath? My mother. Holly's your mother? Yes. All right. And on February 17th, do you recall saying that the man you saw was muscular? I do not recall that. But if I said it, I believe that I could have said it. He had dirty blonde hair? I remember saying that as well. And it was long enough to be sticking out of his hoodie? I wouldn't say it was super long, just you were able to see the hair color. Outside of the hoodie? Yeah. But not like any part, not like very lengthy, like not super long. It just you were able to see what color his hair was. Sure. And long enough was my word, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, yes. It was long enough to come out the hoodie. Sorry. Yes. And it was curly, I don't recall saying that. I'm going to show you transcription of a statement you gave on February 17. Okay, does that look to be a transcription of your statement? Yes. Okay, can you see that? All right, and can you read your statement, what you said on line 14? It says it was like curly. This is improper impeachment. I'm sorry. All right, can you read just to yourself, your statement? Yes, I see. Okay. And you believe his hair to be curly? Did you tell investigators his hair was curly? It appears at that time I did believe that. Okay. You also said he had brown eyes. That sounds accurate, yes. And a wrinkly kind of face? Yes. Square jaw, I don't know how I could have said that with his face being covered, but yes. Okay, and you also recall giving a statement in 2021? Probably, yes. I think you came up from Huntsville, maybe? Yeah, that and talked to the police. Does that help? Yeah. All right, and in 2021, do you believe that you can accurately describe this person now, or have the things that you've seen affected your memory? I do think that my memory has been impacted by the imagery. Ms. Voorhees, I owe you an apology. Oops, I did misspell your name. That's okay. Okay, I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark Defendant's Exhibit O, which is, may I see the exhibit? Oh, yeah, sorry. A printout of the map that we just talked about. Could you circle on that map where you saw the man you believe to be Bridge Guy? I believe somewhere in that area. Okay. And that was at 2:15? Yes. Can you write down 2:15 for me? Thank you. Move to admit Exhibit O. No objection? Publishing? Without objection, O is admitted. May I publish it? Thank you. Ms. Voorhees, you're 5'7"? Yeah, okay. And the man that you saw was taller than you. From the perspective I had, yes. Okay, 5'10"? That seems like it could be accurate. No further questions. Miss Deiner, Miss Voorhees, we're going to backtrack a little bit, okay? Okay. You said on your way to the High Bridge you saw a man walking his dog? Yes. Which direction was the man walking his dog walking? He was walking towards Freedom Bridge while I was walking towards High Bridge. Okay? Opposite direction? Correct. You spend your time at High Bridge, you're walking back? Yes. Toward town? Yes. Do you and your friends make stops along the way? Yes, we stopped at a bench to take some pictures. And do you recall how far down the trail you were when you stopped to take a picture of the bench? I don't recall exactly how far it was, but I know that the barn with the green roof was in the background of the pictures, so it was along where that would be. And so would that be in the section between the High Bridge and the Mears entrance? Are there houses or buildings along behind the trail in that area? Can you show the entrance again? Mears entrance. High Bridge, I believe it would be slightly past that entrance. So over this direction? Yes. Okay. And so you stopped at a bench to take a picture? Yes. If there was a building in the background that had a green roof, were you on a bench on the north side of the trail or the south side of the trail? The north side. Do you see the building with the red roof in this particular picture? Do you know where it is? The green roof? Or the green roof, sorry. I believe so. And can you come down and show us where that is? I believe it would be this building right here. Okay, so you're pointing to this one right here? Yes, let's use the pointer so you can back up to make sure the jury sees the whole thing. I believe it's this building right here. Okay, so that looks like it's a farm building, the green roof. And it was the in-background of the picture when you gave your, well, in relationship to that building and that bench, did you see the bridge man, the bridge guy, after that photograph? Yes, it was after. And so it had to be somewhere between the green-roofed building and the plaza. Yes. Okay, the particular picture that you took that had that building in the background, who was in the picture? I believe it was a picture of Bray and I, and part of my sister was cut off on the left side. Okay, do you think Bree also had pictures of that? It's very possible. Okay, and, oh, you can have a seat. When you were giving your statement to the police, was there any other man that you saw between the green-roofed building and the plaza? No, I only saw one person on the way out. Okay? And that was the man you identified as Bridge Guy? Correct. Had you ever given a statement to police before? I do not believe so. Had you ever been asked to estimate someone's height? No. Had you ever been asked to estimate someone's weight? No. Had you ever been asked to estimate a distance? No. Did you have the benefit of having something with you that had a timestamp that would tell you when a particular picture was taken or when you saw Bridge Guy? I do not believe during my statement I did not have access to any timestamps. Okay? And you indicate that you saw the Bridge Guy when you were walking toward town. Which way is the Bridge Guy walking? Towards the High Bridge. So when you saw this picture of Bridge Guy in the media, was it shortly after the girls were found? Yes. And at that time, did you have any doubt that this was the person you saw? No. I would say I was certain that that was the man that I walked past. And this picture doesn't help you with anything about his face, other than maybe that he's Caucasian, does it? No. Is this picture similar to the person that you saw in any way other than clothing? Is there anything about this that causes you to conclude that it's the person you saw? No other questions. Miss Auger, the picture you saw influenced your memory, right? I can say with confidence that the person in the picture is the person I walked past. Okay, and I appreciate that. But my question is, the picture that you saw influenced your memory. It's possible, yes. And I'm showing you State's Exhibit 210. You say black jeans, correct? That is what I said. You said black coat? That is what I said. Blue hat? I believe if it was the hood that I said was blue. I could be incorrect, but okay. All right. And black mask covering the bottom portion of his face? Yes. Nothing further. All right. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Ms. Voorhees? No response or indication from any juror. Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. Thank you. Judge, may this witness be released from her subpoena? Any objection? No. And she is free to go. This would be a good time, ladies and gentlemen, for us to take our afternoon recess. While you're outside the courtroom, please keep your minds open. Please don't form any opinions or conclusions about anything. You may discuss the evidence that you've heard so far, but again, please do that if all 16 of you are present in the jury room at the same time, and please don't deliberate. Gentlemen, all rise. Jury out at 3:05 p.m. All right, let's take 5 minutes. Jody, you can go off the record. Off record at 3:26 p.m. Would counsel approach real quick, please? Just real quick. Sidebar conference conducted. I just wanted to let you know my thoughts about we're going to be done like at 5:30 today. Okay? We have 2 witnesses. Okay. Will that get us to 5:30 or will that get us past 5:30? If we do one, Yeah. That'll get us closer to 5. Okay, well, why don't we play it by ear? MS, I think that those two will be similar to this. The last one. Very good. Sidebar conference concluded. All right, you may call your next witness. God bless you. We need the jury. Oh, that would help. Thank you, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Razi. That would help if we had a jury. All rise. Jury in at 3. Thank you. You may be seated. Thank you, gentlemen. Miss Diener, you may call your next witness. The state would call Bran Wilbur. Bran, could you please state your full name and spell your first and last name? Bran Wilbur, Breanwilb. Okay, that's pretty good, but I'm going to need you to talk a little bit louder, okay? Okay, in 2017, were you a student at Delphi High School? Yes. And do you remember what grade you were in or how old you were? I would have been 16 in 10th grade. At that time, did you know AW or LG? I knew LG. And how did you know her? I knew her through Kelsey German. And what was your association with Kelsey? She was one of my best friends. Okay, and did you use social media back in 2017? I did. Do you remember what your primary social media application was? I used Snapchat. And how would you use Snapchat? You would go on it and take pictures of yourself or what you were doing, and then you can send it to friends or post it to a story for everyone to see that you're friends with. Did you have AW or LG in your Snapchat friend list? LG was a friend. And on Monday, February 13th of 2017, do you recall that that was a day you did not have school? Correct. And did you go to the Monon High Bridge trail that day? I did. Was that a place that you visited often? It was. And would you go alone or with friends or both? I would typically go with friends, never alone. Was it within walking distance of your home? It was. And is that how you would get there? Yes. Did you go there on February 13 of 2017 with friends? Or alone? With friends. And who did you go with? I went with Rayleigh and Anna. And tell us about the events leading up to you and Rayleigh going to the High Bridge. I was at my house. She came over because we lived in close proximity. And then we both agreed that we were going to go take some pictures on her camera. And then we walked over. Were you a person that would cross the High Bridge? No. Would you go out on the bridge at all? Maybe 1 or 2 steps. Okay? And we have a large map here. And can you show us how you would have taken that path from town? Do you want me to get up? Yep, you can step down. You need to stand to the side so that the jury can see what you're... Thank you. My house was over on the other side, right where that gravel patch is. And then we walked up that way, and then over Freedom Bridge, and then go down the trail to get to High Bridge. So you're following this path in the middle of the... correct? Map? When you went to the High Bridge that day, do you remember seeing any other people? There were a few people, not at the High Bridge, but as we were walking the path, we saw some people. When you got to the High Bridge, what did you do? We took some pictures and then we just chit-chatted. We didn't do anything crazy. We didn't cross the bridge, just took picture. Did you post anything on your Snapchat to indicate that you were at the High Bridge? I did. And did you do that using your Snapchat application? I did. And then after you're at the High Bridge, what did you do? After we were at the High Bridge, we were getting ready to leave and went the same path back. And did you see any people on your way back? We saw a few people, yeah. Okay, and did you take any pictures on your way back? We did. Was there one in particular that would have been your last photo on your way home? MR, leading. Could she finish the question? Was there a last photo you took before you left the trail? Overruled. You can answer. Yeah. And you provided those photos to law enforcement, did you not? I did. And you provided them with a timestamp from your Snapchat app, did you not? I did. May I approach the witness, Judge? You may. Miss Wilbur, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 211. Take a look at it. There's 4 pages. Do you recognize those? I do. And do they accurately represent photographs from your Snapchat application, along with the timestamp data from your phone? They do. State would move to admit Exhibit 11, 211, and publish it to the jury. No objection. All right, without objection, 211 is admitted and you may publish. Miss Wilbur, would having the pictures assist you in testifying about the photographs when they were taken and what the corresponding Snapchat data tells us? Would it help you to see the pictures? Yeah, thank you. So on the first page, describe your photo and tell us when you took that photo. The first photo is a picture of High Bridge stating back, because I was there previously on other days. The picture was taken at 12:43 on February 13th, 2017, and you saved that photograph from that day? Yes. And then the third page, which is your second photo, can you describe that photo and when it was taken based on your testimony as to your time on the High Bridge Trail? This photo was taken after we had already been to High Bridge when we were on our way. It was taken on one of the benches at 1:26 on February 13th, 2017. After the picture was taken at the bench, did you see people on your way out of High Bridge Trail to town? Yes, we saw maybe 1 or 2 people on our way out. And was there anyone that caught your attention on your way out? Yes. And can you describe why that person caught your attention? Because it was a warmer day on February, and they were dressed in what looked like many layers with a kind of heavier jacket, which I thought was kind of strange. Also, with the way that he was walking, kind of like he was with a purpose, knew where he was going. Also, Rayleigh, when we were with her, she was saying hi to everybody, and everyone was saying hi back, because we're all a good community here. When she said hi to this person that we passed, there was no hesitation in him stopping and saying hi, and it just kind of gave me weird vibes. And so you proceed back to town, is that correct? Yes. Later that day, do you, or actually during that day at all, do you learn that LG is going to the High Bridge Trail? Yes. And how do you learn that? As we were walking back, she messaged me on one of my pictures on Snapchat and asked if we were still there. And would that be one of the pictures that you took from that day on Snapchat? Yes. And so explain to the jury how it happens that she messages you on your picture. If someone is looking at your story, when they click on it, the picture pops up and you are able to slide up and then type something related to the picture and it will send to whoever posted the picture. And so was LG in your friend list so that she could see your Snapchat story? Yes. And is your Snapchat story something that is exclusive to people that you select? Yes, to friends only. And so did you receive this message from LG before you left the trail? And when I say left, I'm saying past Freedom Bridge. Yes, we were still on the trail when she messaged me. Okay? And when you responded, what did you say? I told her no, that we had just left maybe 10 minutes ago. And so when you were saying 10 minutes ago, are you referring specifically to High Bridge or just the trail in general? To High Bridge. Okay. Later that day, did you learn that AW and LG were missing? Yes. And do you remember how you learned that? Yes. What do you remember? We were at home. It was me and Kelsey, and Kelsey's grandma had tried to contact her, and that is how we found out. Okay. And at some point then, are you asked to talk to the police because you had been on the High Bridge Trail that day? Later that evening, yes. And did you give a statement in response to questions about people that you saw on the trail? Yes. And did you give a statement about the person that you saw as you were leaving the trail that you said was a bit off? Yes. And what were you able to tell law enforcement? I informed them that this person was walking kind of with a purpose. He had something that seemed to have maybe been covering his nose or mouth, but his head was also kind of tucked down. I wasn't able to see much hair. I don't know if his hood was down or if he had a hat on. He had a blue or black jacket with blue pants on. And after the next day, did you learn that AW and LG were deceased? Yes. Following that day, did you see on television or social media an image of a person denoted as Bridge Guy? Yes. And did you have any thoughts about that particular person? When I saw the image, the first thing that went into my head was, that was the person that we passed on the trail. Okay, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 210. Is that the image you would have seen in media or on the news? Yes. And is that the image that you believed was the person that you saw on the trail? Yes. Yes. Can you come down to the map and show us where the last picture was taken that you indicated was at 1:26 p.m.? It would have been about right in this area, Because in the back of the picture, there is a green building with a green roof, okay? And you can see that in the back of your photograph, and that's what you used for reference? Yes. How long after that photograph of the bench? So you're on this trail? Yes. How long after your photograph with that building in the background did you run into the bridge guy going past you? I don't know an exact time, but I do know that we were still in the woods. I'd say around this area because it was still very woody. We weren't getting to the point where we could see the highway or hear it. Okay, and if you were walking out of the trail toward town, which way was the bridge guy walking? Bridge guy was walking this way, because we were walking that way. And as far as the timestamp on your phone, were you set to Indiana local time? Yes. And so your timestamp would have been accurate as to the time of day? Yes. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Baldwin, I want to spend some time talking about this guy that you say creeped you out. Yes? Yes. You gotta say yes so that the record's clear. Yes. I might have to do that more often. So this is the guy that you say creeped you out? Yes. All right. Now the height of that guy that creeped you out was you stood as high as his upper forearm. Is that correct? I'm not. Can you reword that? Sure. You've described this man's height is that you stood as high as his upper forearm. At the time, that's what I guessed at. I was going off of just kind of general height of my family and height-wise, but it was a quick pass by. So he was a taller guy? Correct. Correct? Correct. Thank you. That's the guy that creeped you out? That's on that photo? Correct? He was a muscular guy? I'm unsure. Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to police in August of 2020? Dave Vito was there. The talk was in the U.S. Marshal's office. Do you remember that? Yes. Okay. Would it help refresh your memory if I asked you to review your words? We can. Okay. I'm going to hand that to you. Have you look at page 22. Do you guys have that? Need that? Mess, what are you referring to? To her August 22nd, 2020 statement. MS, I have her deposition. Please turn to page 22. I'm looking at line 16, but you can read as much context as you want. Okay. Does that refresh your recollection from this? Yes. You said he was muscular? Yep. Younger guy? I'm unsure. You told police? Did you tell the police that he was in his early 30s? Was that in 2020's interview? Yes, I may have if it's in there. That was 3 years later. Okay, so is your memory bad 3 days? 3 years later, when you talked to the police? Given at the time I was 16, at that point in 2020, I was around 1920. I understand. He wore a zip-up windbreaker jacket, is that correct? I do remember that. Not a heavy jacket, one of those windbreaker jackets? Yes. And he had his hood was on, and he had a hoodie, and it was on. He was wearing it over his head. He had something on his head because I wasn't able to see his hair. There was a lot of other people on that trail that day. There were a few other people. Yes? Did you see a guy on the trail that day that looked to be around 20 and had brown poofy hair, by chance? I don't recall. All right. Thank you. Miss Diener, Miss Wilbur, referring you back to the photographs you identified as the person you saw, did anyone look like this other than the person that you saw after the bench picture and before you left the trail? No. No other questions, Judge. Mr. Baldwin. Miss Tree, nothing. Thank you. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Miss Wilbur? No response or indication from any juror. All right. Thank you, Miss Wilbur. You may step down. Judge, may I release this witness from her subpoena? Any objection? No. And you are free to go, thank you. You may call your next witness. You may call your next witness. The state would call Betsy Blair. Witness sworn, please state your full name and spell your first and last name. Elizabeth Blair, B-L-A-I-R, Elizabeth, E-L-I-Z-A-B-E-T-H. And do you go by Betsy? I do. Is it okay if I call you Betsy? Yes, you may. Thank you. Betsy, do you live in Delphi? I do not. And did you live in Delphi in 2017? I did not. Did you frequent the Monon High Bridge Trail in 2017, located in Carroll County? Yes, I did. And did you frequent it for a period of time also in 2016? Yes, I did. What was your practice with regard to visiting the Monon High Bridge Trail on or before February 13th of 2017? I went out there to walk regularly several times a week, and I would kind of take the same path each time and walk on the trail between the High Bridge and the Freedom Bridge and down into the niche's property. And so did you always follow the same direction? Yes. And were you doing this for exercise? Yes, for exercise. On this particular, would you go by yourself? Okay. So on February 13 of 2017, do you remember about the weather that day? It was a little chilly. And when you went to the trail for your exercise, would you see people, other people, on the trail? Sometimes I did. Did you always go around the same time of day? No, it varied. And was there anything that helped you to determine approximately when you were at the High Bridge Trail on February 13th of 2017? Could you restate that? Yes. Was there anything that you had that helped you determine the time that you went to the High Bridge Trail on that particular day? The time I knew because my Fitbit keeps track of it for me. And was that a device that you used on a regular basis to keep track of your steps or your distance? Yes. I always wore it for my walking, and it would track all my steps. Okay, so tell us about your typical route then. Where would you enter the trail? Okay, so I parked at the niche's parking lot, which was across from the Mears farm, and I would park there in the little gravel lot, and I would go down to the intersection of the trail, and then I would turn left and go towards the Monon High Bridge, and I would turn around at the barricade there, and I would go back to the trail intersection with the niche's trail, and I would turn left and I would go down the niche's trail for some distance, but not all the way, and I would turn back and come back up to the main junction again and turn left, and I would go down to the Freedom Bridge, and then I would come back to the main intersection and then turn to the left, which is where the car was parked. Okay, and how many loops would you do in a given trip to the High Bridge Trail? I would do that route 3 times. Now, on this particular day, February 13th of 2017, did you do 3 loops? I did 2 loops, and then I took a break, and then I did the 3rd loop. Okay, so when you went to the trail the first time, did you park across from the Mears farm in the parking area that you described? Yes, I did. And when you did your 2 loops, did you see people out there? No, I didn't. And when you came back to your car, you said you left and then came back. Is that correct? Yes, I did. Was yours the only car parked there when you came back to it after your loop number 2? Yes, it was the only car parked there. Okay. And then you left for a period of time? I did. And where did you go? I went to the library in Delphi and I used the restroom and then I came back. Okay, when you came back, did you park in the same place? I did. And did you do another loop in the same fashion that you described to us? Yes, I did. During your second loop, did you see anyone on your way to the High Bridge? On the second loop, no, I didn't see anyone. On loop number 3, yes. Okay, so when I was on the 3rd loop, then when I went to the High Bridge, then I did see someone on the bridge. Okay, was it a man or a woman? That was a man. And when you're at the High Bridge, do you spend any amount of time there? No, I just went up to the orange rail barricade, and I went up and looked out across the bridge, and then I saw the person, and then I turned around after a moment and came back the other direction? Yes. So then you come back to the junction and do your short jaunt into the niche's area toward the water, correct? Yes. And then you go back to the main trail and go toward Freedom Bridge? I did. In between the High Bridge and the entrance, did you see any people? Yes. That was where I saw the 2 girls. And what 2 girls are you referring to? I found out later they were AW and LG. Okay? What did you notice about them when you saw them? They were just walking along and chatting with each other, kind of quietly, kind of intimately with each other, and they didn't really look at me when I walked past. Okay? So then did you continue on to the Freedom Bridge? Yes, then I kept walking. Okay? Do you remember seeing anybody of consequence on your way to the Freedom Bridge? No. And then do you come back to your car? Yes, I did. And then you leave the area? Yes. Later that day, do you see on the news that AW and LG were missing? Yes. First, my husband told me that they were missing. Okay, was he there at home with you when he told you, or how did that happen? He was at work, and he knew that I walked out there a lot, and he saw on the news that they were missing. And so he called me and let me know that there was a story about the 2 missing girls. What did you do with that information? So then I called up to the county sheriff's office and reported that I saw them and that I saw a man on the bridge. At that point, had you seen any images of AW and LG? The ones on the news, I saw those. Okay, and so they were immediately recognized by you as the girls you saw on the trail? Yes. As soon as I saw their photos on the news, I realized that was the same two girls I had seen. Okay, so you said you contact law enforcement. I did, and you give them the information that you were out there. Yes, I did. Did you learn the next day that the girls were deceased? Yes, the next day I heard that news. Prior to being contacted by law enforcement, did you see the news release of an image from one of the girls' phones? Yes, I did. And would you agree that that was referred to as the guy on the bridge or bridge guy? Yes, it was. I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 210. Is this the image that you recall seeing? Yes, I did. When you saw this image, did you find this person to be familiar to you? I recognized him as the one I had seen on the bridge. Within a few days of you seeing the girls on the bridge, were you contacted by law enforcement? Yes. And did you go in to give a statement? I did. And did you use your Fitbit data in order to assist you in letting law enforcement know when you had been at the trail, both the first time and the second time? Yes, I talked to them about it, and I shared that image off of my phone with them from the app. May I approach the witness, Judge? You may. Betsy, I'd like to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 212. Do you recognize that image? Yes, that's the one I provided. Okay, that is your Fitbit data for February 13th of 2017? Yes, it is. Judge, State would move to admit Exhibit 212 and publish it to the jury. No objection. All right, without objection, 212's admitted and you may publish. So, Judge, may I allow her to use this too? Testify? I'll give you a copy of it, thank you. And so how is this helpful to you, Betsy, to indicate when you were on the trail? So on this image, the higher lines are the times when I was walking. So from 12 to about 1, there are 5 lines that are higher than the others, and that was when I made the first 2 laps on the trail. And then there are 2 short red lines where I was not walking on the trail. And then the other. Next 2 green lines are where I was walking on the trail again for the 3rd lap. In your experience, is the trail kind of evenly divided by the entrance that you use when you go to the High Bridge, the beginning of the High Bridge? Is this distance similar to the distance to the Freedom Bridge? Probably. In the amount of time it takes you to walk? Probably. Well, if you feel it's different, I'm okay with that. I'm not 100% sure. With regard to the 2 lines on your Fitbit data that are indications of your 3rd loop, yes, after you took a break, you would have seen the bridge guy at the beginning of your walk as opposed to toward the end of your walk. Correct. Okay, yes, because your loop was to go to the High Bridge first. Yes, it was. When you were asked to give law enforcement a description of the person that you saw on the High Bridge, you indicate to us that you're sure that it's the bridge guy picture. Yes, so were you able to see his face clearly? Not super clear because he was about 50 feet away. And where was he in relationship to you on the trail? He was out on the bridge on one of the little platforms on the side of the bridge. Was there anything about what he was doing or where he was positioned that caught your attention? He was out on this little platform, and he just looked at me when I came to that barricade, and he looked at me like he was expecting somebody or something. And then I just felt like he wasn't looking for me. And I turned around at that point. It was just a moment where I was looking at him. Could you tell that it was a white male? Yes. When law enforcement questioned you, did they ask you to give details about this person that it was difficult for you to provide? They asked me to do a sketch. Had you seen this person on the trails before? No. Did you see other people on the bridge on your 3rd lap? On the 3rd lap, I just saw the guy on the bridge and the 2 girls. Okay, no other questions. Mr. Baldwin, hi Betsy, hello. I think one of the terms that you've kind of brought into today that we haven't heard before is niches. So I think we've been calling that the Mears entrance. Have you ever heard it called it? Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure we're talking the same language. Niches is the Mears entrance? Yes. Okay, so just so that it's clear, Let's say you went down to the Mears entrance to the trail here, and then you went down to the bridge. Yes. And you walked this way, and then you got to a certain point, then you're looking at a person up on one of the platforms? Yes, and that platform was off to the right, was it not? It was. Okay. And you had an unobstructed view of him? Yes, I did. And you got to look at him for a number of seconds? It was a moment. In that moment, you recognized that he was in his 20s, is what you thought. Correct? When I was asked how old he was, I said 20s or 30s, okay? And you also said that he had brown, poofy hair. Is that correct? I described that to the person making the sketch. Okay? And I might get back to that in a second in terms of the description you gave, but just so, then you turned around, and then at some point in time, that's when you passed who you found out later were AW and LG. Is that correct? Yes. And you passed them or they passed you, however you want to look at it, before you got to the Mears entrance or the Nietzsche's entrance. Is that correct? That's correct. Okay, I've asked most of these, so I'm moving on. You said that he looked young, yes. He was more boyish looking, is what you told police, correct? I don't remember. Okay. Do you remember giving a statement to the police in March of 2019? Yes. Would it help if I gave you that document so it would refresh your recollection about what you said? Sure. Okay? March 7th statement, page 4. If you want to look at page 4 of this document, and it's around line 13, but you can get as much context as you'd like and tell me when you're ready. Okay? You told the police that he was more boyish looking. Isn't that correct? Yes. And then you also said at another point in time he was youthful in appearance, in his appearance. Yes, he didn't look to you like somebody that had been married for over 25 years, that he wasn't that old. Objection, Judge. He's inserting facts not in evidence into his question. Sustained. In the form of a hypothetical? No. He was of average height, correct? That was my best guess. He wasn't short? Didn't seem like it. He had no facial hair? I didn't see any. He was not wearing a hat that you saw? I didn't see one. And when you left the Mears, when you left, you had parked at the Niches or Mears lot, correct? Correct. And when you left, you went westbound on 300 North. Is that right? When I drove away, yes. Yes. And at that time, you drove by the CPS building? Yes, I did. And you noticed a vehicle in that building? Judge, the state would object. It's outside the scope of direct. Sustained. We'll bring her back. Are you under our subpoena, Betsy? Yes, I am. Okay. Thank you. You know what? I don't have any further questions. Thank you. Mr. Baldwin, would you retrieve your document from her? Yes, Miss Diener. Miss Blair, you were interviewed multiple times. Is that correct? Yes, I was. And each time you were asked to provide additional details. Is that correct? Yes, I was. And you saw this person, for you described as objection to leading questions. Would you finish your question before I can rule, please? You previously testified that you saw him for only a moment? Overruled. Is that question permissible, Judge? Yeah. I overruled the objection. Okay. Thank you. Yes, am I right? Yes, I did. Okay. So when you saw the bridge guy image and it made you think of the person you saw on the bridge, why is it that you drew that connection? I immediately knew when I saw that photo that that was the guy I had seen on the bridge. And was that within days of this event happening? Yes. It was the same week. Before law enforcement ever spoke to you? Yes. Thank you. No other questions. Mr. Baldwin, since 2017, your mind has never changed about what the bridge guy looked like. Is that correct? Since 2017, you have not changed your mind about the description of the guy you saw on the platform? I have consistently recognized him as the guy in the photo. Okay, and that guy, in terms of the description, the younger guy, the brown, poofy hair, that description also has not changed since 2017. When I was making that description, it was comparing two different sketches, two different images. Thank you, Betsy. No other questions. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Ms. Blair? Would counsel approach? What was your distance to the man on the bridge? I'm okay with that. In that distance, how could you determine he was looking for someone? She'll explain her observation. Okay. You stated the man on the bridge had brown, poofy hair. Could you have mistaken the hat on the man in the photo as hair due to your distance from him? Yeah. From your statement I have heard, I saw the man and two girls on the bridge, and I passed AW and LG after seeing the man on the bridge. Could you please clarify which is correct? Yeah. MS, I didn't hear her say that. So no, don't ask that. I don't mind if it helps clear up for the juror, but it doesn't matter to me. What do you do with a jury question that you think is confusing? I don't ask it. Okay. I would say not ask it. Yeah, I don't think either. I didn't hear her say that. No. Yeah. And where are we at, by the way? I believe if there is time for us to call another witness. Okay. But I think who is it? Stephen Mullen. Oh, okay. Okay. You want to just do one more then? Yeah. We'll be having to talk about the sketch commentary at some point in time, but... Okay. But not with this guy? No. Oh, okay. So we can finish him up and do that. Okay, perfect. Sidebar conference concluded. Okay, Miss Blair, what was your distance to the man on the bridge? It was about 50 feet. No. Any follow-up? Mr. Baldwin? No. In that distance, how could you determine that he was looking for someone? By his posture of how he was standing. He was sort of facing upstream. But when I was there, he turned like he was looking at me like that. And it seemed like he was looking for something. Miss Diener? No questions. Mr. Baldwin, Your Honor, you stated the man on the bridge had brown, poofy hair. Could you have mistaken the hat on the man in the photo as hair due to your distance from him? I could have. Any follow-up? Mr. Baldwin? Thank you. All right. Thank you, Miss Blair. You may step down. I believe we have one witness left for the day, just so you know where we're at. Okay, you may call your final witness of the day, Mr. McClelland. Judge, the state would call Steve Mullen, please. Judge, can we approach briefly? Sure. SIA conference conducted. Judge, I really wasn't expecting to call him today, and so I don't have copies of the exhibits, and so I guess I'm going to move to admit them, but I'll have to publish them later. Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. That's no problem. I think we've kind of been experiencing that on both sides. That's not a problem. Sidebar conference concluded. Will you Stephen L. Mullen? And Mr. Mullen, how are you employed again? I'm an investigator for the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office, and you were involved in the investigation of the murder of AW and LG. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And the last time you were on the stand, you testified that you, as part of your investigation, you had an opportunity to review the video at the Hoosier Harvest Store. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And you did that on or about, you did that on February 13th of 2017. Is that right? That is not correct. It was actually the 14th of February, the day the girls were found. Sorry, the 14th. Do you remember what time you examined it? Around 7 p.m. And tell the jury again, during the time you examined it on February 14th, what time frame did you look at? We examined mainly the daytime hours the video retained pictures of. It was security video, and it recorded the pictures of vehicles traveling east or west on County Road 300 North. And so we could only see the daytime movement, so we looked at that period of time. And do you have an idea of what hours you looked at? I know you said the daytime hours. Do you have an idea of when specific times that you looked at? It would have been sometime between 8 o'clock in the morning and then as late as 5:30. And after you observed the video on that evening, you left. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Since that time, have you had an opportunity to review the video from Hoosier Harvest Store again? Yes, I have. And when you viewed it since that time, what time period did you look at? We looked at all the video that was recorded from that location. The video that we retained was slightly before midnight on the 12th and ended around midnight on the 13th. And the video again was pointed towards where? The video security camera was pointed down parallel the edge of the Hoosier Harvestor store as far as maybe 150 yards to the west on County Road 300 North. And what was your purpose in reviewing the video again? What were you looking for? We were looking for vehicles that were traveling on County Road 300 North, whether they be going east or west. And were you able to observe vehicles traveling east and west on 300 North? Yes, I was. And the video you were looking at, where? How was that acquired? The video was acquired through the FBI. They had a team that went from business to business in Delphi after the incident and recorded video from various businesses that had security cameras. And this was one of the locations that they went to record the video from. And they were able to pull that video from the Hoosier Harvestor? Yes, they were. And did they provide you with documentation once they pulled that video? Yes, they did. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. Can you describe what that is? This is an affidavit of custody of records, item 213. And what's attached to the affidavit? Yes, this is the FBI report concerning the retrieval of video. And you recognize that as the FBI report that came with the Hoosier Harvestor video? Yes, I do. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 213. No objection. All right, without objection, 213 is admitted. Mr. Mullen, now that this exhibit's been admitted, did you note a time change on the video from the Hoosier Harvestor? Yes, I did. And how did you know that time changed? Was it from that document? In addition, yes. So the FBI noted on that document the time change in the video? Yes, they did. Okay, can you tell the jury what the time change is in the video? The video at the Hoosier Harvestor is 54 minutes fast. And did you take that into consideration when you're reviewing the video? Oh, absolutely. And so again, with that in mind, what time frame did you look at on the video when you reviewed it? Again, without reviewing my notes exactly, but it was between 8 o'clock and 5:30 p.m. actual time. On February 13th of 2017? February 13th, 2017. Okay? As you viewed the video, were there specific vehicles that you were looking for? Yes. What vehicles were you looking for? Well, we were looking for witnesses, especially Betsy Blair and Sarah Carbaugh and other individuals that were important to us to note. And did you have descriptions of those vehicles when you viewed the video? Yes. And so you had a description of Betsy Blair's vehicle? Yes, I did. Who else's vehicle did you have a description of? Sarah Carbaugh's. Anybody else? Yes. I had a description of Kelsey German's vehicle as well. And were you able to observe those vehicles on the Hoosier Harvestor video? Yes. Mr. Mullen, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214 through 219. Can you just describe what those are? This is a view from the security camera video at the Hoosier Harvestor of a vehicle traveling eastbound on County Road 300 North. This is Betsy Blair's vehicle. Well, hold on before we get there. Okay, look through that packet. And what are those generally? Are those photographs? Yes, they are. And what are they photographs? Where are they from? These are taken from the security video at the Hoosier Harvestor. And are those screenshots of that video? Yes, these are screenshots that were taken from the video itself. And are these screenshots that you took? These are screenshots, yes, that I would have taken and were also given to us by the FBI. And are they screenshots of various vehicles traveling on 300 North? Yes, they are. Judge, the state would move to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit. Let me rearrange. You got it? Okay. Let me make sure I get this right, Judge. 214 to 219. All right. Without objection, 214 to 219 inclusive are admitted. And so, Mr. Mullen, I want to go through these photos and I'm going to have you hold them up to the jury so they can see them to the best of your ability. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 214. Now, can you explain what that is a picture of? This is a picture of Betsy Blair's vehicle as she was traveling eastbound on County Road 300 North. And the time listed here would be on the video as 12:59. The actual time would have been 12:59. And you believe, or the vehicle in that photo is whose vehicle? Betsy Blair's. And you believe that vehicle matched the description she gave? Yes. And which way is she traveling? she is traveling eastbound. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 215. Can you describe what that is? This is Betsy Blair's vehicle as well. At the time it was on the video, security camera recorded it as 1409 to 41. The vehicle is traveling westbound at this point. The actual time was 13:15. Well, just so I don't get confused, I want to make sure I keep you straight in my head. Let's just talk about the actual time. Very well. Okay, so Betsy Blair's traveling which direction in that photo? At this point, she is traveling westbound. And what time is that? This is 1:15 p.m. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 216. Can you describe what that photo is of? Again, this is a picture taken from the security camera video, and it is Betsy Blair's vehicle as she is traveling back eastbound on County Road 300 North. And what time is that? The actual time is 13:46 or 1:46 p.m. 1:46 p.m.? Yes. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217. Can you describe what that is? Yes. This is Kelsey German's vehicle as she is traveling westbound on County Road 300 North. The time on that picture is 13:49 or 1:49 p.m. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 218. Can you describe what that is? This is Betsy Blair's vehicle as she is traveling now westbound on County Road 300 North at a time of 14:18, which is 2:18 p.m. Then lastly, State's Exhibit 219. Can you describe what that is? Yes, this is Sarah Carbaugh's vehicle as it's passing the Hoosier Harvest Store security camera, and it is traveling eastbound on County Road 300 North at 15:56 or 3:56 p.m. Judge, I'd ask permission for the witness to be able to approach the TV. The map, so he can kind of point out some things. Yes, Mr. Mullen, if you could come down here, I'll have you stand off to that side. I'm going to stand back here, and what I'm going to hand you are the State's Exhibits 214 to 219. And what we're looking at on the TV is State's Exhibit 5 for the record. What I'll like to have you do is go through those photos and point on the map which way each car is headed and the time that is on the timestamp. Before we do that, I want to ask you again, where is the Hoosier Harvest Store business located? The Hoosier Harvest Store business is this long, rectangular building with another building alongside of it, and the camera is located right here at this location. So if I were to zoom this picture in, right where this little walkway is, yes, in that approximate area there, and it is pointed towards 300 North, yes, this is County Road 300 North. Okay, can you take a look at the first picture for me, please? And the first picture, identify that again. This is Betsy Blair's vehicle that's traveling on County Road 300 North at 12:02 p.m. And which direction is she traveling? She will be traveling eastbound, which means she would have come around the corner here and gone past the Hoosier Harvest Store this direction. And where's the Mearns entrance, or the Niches entrance, as she refers to it? The Mears entrance is located right here. Let's move on to the next exhibit, please, and go through the same procedure. Can I put these over here? Yes, that's fine. What is that a picture of again? This, again, is Betsy Blair's vehicle, as she is traveling now westbound on County Road 300 North at 13:15 or 1:15 p.m., 1:15 p.m. And which direction is she traveling? She would be going this direction, now traveling back this way. Move on to the next picture, please. Again, this is Betsy Blair's vehicle, as she is now traveling eastbound on County Road 300 North at 13:46 or 1:46 p.m., and eastbound she would have gone back this direction in front of the Hoosier Harvest Store area towards the Niches or Mears entrance. Next photo, please. This vehicle would be Kelsey German's vehicle at 13:49 or 1:49 p.m., and she would have been leaving, or rather she would have been traveling westbound on County Road 300 North, passing the Hoosier Harvest Store in this direction. And what was the time again? I'm sorry, 13:49 or 49 p.m. Okay, next photo, please. This is Betsy Blair's vehicle at 14:18 or 2:18 p.m., as she was then leaving, traveling westbound on County Road 300 North. And the last photo? The last photo would be Sarah Carbaugh as she is traveling eastbound on County Road 300 North in this direction at 15:56 or 3:56 p.m. Thank you. Have a seat back at the witness stand, please. I don't have any other questions, Judge. Thank you. Mr. Baldwin, just to be clear, you, sir, what you're saying is what you think is Betsy Blair's car did the movements with the timestamps that you just testified to. Is that correct? According to the description of the vehicle and the time period which we were told, that is what we believe. And she also came in, didn't see and say, yeah, that's my car? I believe on one occasion she may have. Yes. Okay, and Sarah Carbaugh the same? Yes. So it's not just you that's saying it. These two ladies have come in and say, yeah, that's my car. And that's my car. No other questions. Mr. McClelland? No redirect, Judge. Thank you. Excuse me. Sorry, Judge. Does anybody on the jury have any questions for Mr. Mullen? No response or indication from any juror. All right, now you may step down. Thank you, Judge. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to call it a day. I kept you late last night. I'm going to give you a little bit of extra time tonight. Again, while you go on about your own business outside of the presence of the court, you will be in the company of the bailiffs, so you cannot discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. We'll reconvene court tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Just leave all of your materials there and Jody will have those available for you again. Please have a safe and a peaceful evening. We'll see you all in the morning. All rise. Anything we need to do outside the presence of the jury? No. We'd like to address what we think is the opening of the door of the sketches. How would you like us to handle that? You may be seated. Folks, you may be seated. You want to do it now? Emma, I'm happy to do it on a different day where we have some time to think it through and research it. But I'm just saying, you asked if we had any other issues. Yeah. And I want to say we're going to have an issue. I don't know when Do you want to do it later? I can do it today or later. I don't have a preference. Okay, we can do it later then, wherever's convenient for counsel. Okay? All right. So nothing else then that we need to discuss? No, Judge? Thank you. Mr. McClelland? No, Judge. Thank you. All right. See everybody tomorrow morning.